Hello, good morning, good afternoon. Hello, everybody. Kelly, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you, bright and early. Really early, actually, hour and a half early. How are you? Hope you're well, my darling. Robin G just arrived. How are you, Robin G? Hope you're well. Um, Here we go. There's not many people here. I started a bit earlier today, as in, normally I do a bigger intro, but I was like, oh, bugger it. Let's just get into it today. Lazy Di. She's only about 2 minutes late today. Lady Di, I'm on time, so I can change my name back. You're like 2 minutes behind, but it's fine. You can call yourself Lady Di. I'll still call you Lazy though. I think it's stuck now. I can't call you Lady Di anymore, or you Lazy anymore. About time Lady Di too. Yes, Robbie, you tell her. You tell her. So here you go. Another day, another dollar. Hey, Dana, how are you, friend? Dana, I've just reached 6,000 steps. I tried to power walk myself my way. I did a Dana. I did indoor walking just now. I had like 50 minutes before the stream. I was like, right, you know what, I'm going to do a Dana indoor walking. So up to 6,000 now. I don't know where we'll get arrested, but we will somehow. First time for everything, Robin G. Good morning. Hey, Dana, Dennis, how are you, sir? How are you? Hope you're well, my friend. Morning, Dana Leonard. Morning, Dennis Sweeney. Great job. Thank you, Kelly. Nice to see you, my darling. As always. Thank you, Kelly. Good morning, Dana and uh, Dennis from Robin G. Good job done. Thank you, Lazy. So I'm not, because I'm doing indoor stuff, I'm not recording it, but I'm going to try and put a video up Sunday maybe. Just a mashup together to see how much I've done. Also, I'll get Dana to send over his step count as well. So I can add that in on Sunday and just do a 10-minute vlog type thing. So keep it updated that way. So we'll do something, Dana. You can just send me how many steps you've done, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, Trucker, good morning to you. We are. I had a doctor's appointment this morning. He sent me off for a what's one of those cameras up your nose? Endoscope? Is that the thing? He's like, he says I might have polyps in my nose because I can't hear and it's buzzing. So they want to, and because it's been going on for like over a year, so they want to put a camera. But he said the waiting time is like over a year. Endoscope, endoscopy, endoscopy. I'm like a child. Endoscope. That's the one, whatever that's called. So I'm gonna have that up my nose to see. Good morning to you, Robin G. Kelly from Robin G. Morning. Yeah, from Lady Di. Hello, hippie chick. How are you, my darling? Oh, there you go. Dennis in the house. Endoscopy. That's it. Good morning, Robin G. I'm proud of you for pushing through yesterday. I know that. Do you know what, people? I've never had a day like yesterday before. Never. I could literally. I'd never want to have a day like that ever again. I could not walk. Today's not great, but it's much better than yesterday. Much better. At least now I struggle for like 30 seconds and then I can get into it. Yesterday I could barely get off my stool. I was really bad yesterday. I'd never felt like that before in my life. Endoscopy. I'm having one of those endoscopy. 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 It's like Fred, endoscopy. I'm going for an endoscopy. Hey! Morning to you, Jen. How are you, my darling? Lovely photo of you, by the way. I forgot to tell you that. That's a lovely photo of you. I am well. Hope you're well, my darling. Tell him go to the entrance. Better picture. Up. I've done that one. I've done the butt one. I've not done the throat one yet, which I thought I need because of I get heartburn a lot. But they're like, no, put up there. But also, you can get one down your Jap's eye, can you? I don't want that one, but that's one as well. I don't want that one. I'll do all the other three. I just don't want that one. Good morning, Yaya Trucker. Paul is in the house. Paul and Cynthia, how are you? Hope you're well, Paul. Much love to Cynthia, as always, the boss. Thanks, I need an update. Well, it's great pick. Great pick, my darling. Chose a really nice picture of yourself. Robin G, good morning, Hippie Chicken Gen T. Good morning, Paul Lynch. There you go. So, Paul, Dennis says, hello, Paul and Cynthia. Same to you, Dennis. Much love to Brenda, as always. Cynthia says, hello. Happy days, Cynthia. Happy days. Good morning, Crystal. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. My mum had to swallow the camera and come out this side foot. Oh, shit. Literally, shit. Oh, I could imagine. Paul, squeeze. Morning, Robin G. Hi, Dennis. Hey, before I forget, Dana still here? Dana, are you around? I'm not sure if Dana's still here. I hope he's still here. He might be driving, to be fair. We got yes, that's what I was going to say to you. Is she around? Because I was going to sing to her. So Dina and Tracy's birthday today. That's all I know. And maybe there's more, but yeah, I was going to say to you, is Tracy around, or do you know what I mean? Because I need to sing to Tracy. But I'll do it for Dina because Dina won't be here. So I'll sing for Dina first of all. We all love Dina. Dina, if Dina sees this, love you, Dina. Love you, Dina. Love you, Dina. So, Bob Silver as well. What? So I'll sing to Tracy now then as well then. Okay. Bob Silver. Right, okay. So as I have to sing happy birthday to everybody. So Bob, I don't know who Bob Silver is, but Bob, happy birthday, sir. I'll sing to you first. So Bob, Pembrey Happys, E.T. Pembrey Happys, E.T. Pembrey Happys, E. Bob Silver. Pembrey Happys, E.T. Happy birthday, Bob. Let's go, Bob. Have a great day, my friend. Dina, our little friend Dina. Pembrey Happys, E.T. Pembrey Happys, E.T. Pembrey Happys, E. Dina. We love you, Dina. Pembrey Happys, E.T. Let's fucking go, Dina. Happy birthday, Dina. And then obviously our favourite, the better half of Dana and Tracy, the one we love the most. And the reason we tolerate Dana is because of Tracy. So Tracy, happy birthday, my darling. So Pembrey Happys, E.T. Pembrey Happys, E.T. Pembrey Happys, E. Tracy. We love you more than Dana, Tracy. Pembrey Happys, E.T. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Birthday for everybody. Hopefully that covers everyone's birthday today. There you go. Happy birthday and whilst to all of you. Bob Silver, Dean and Tracy. I don't know who Bob Silver is, but Dennis does, so that's good enough for me. And obviously I love Dina and love Tracy. So right, there you go, everyone. Oh, maybe that's not what you all wanted first thing in the morning, but tough crappy, tough titties. Right, talking about titties, I hope you all of you got your strap-ons on. I mean, you got it strapped on because it all happened yesterday, people. I've not watched it, but it all happened yesterday. So, whew, we're going to go in and watch it now. We're going to go in and watch the Zachary Hughes. I know the majority of you cheated, and I know the majority of you know what's going to happen because you can't fucking help yourselves. Yeah, I know. Looking at you, hippie chick. Not sure about Robin G on this one. Lazy Die, obviously. Hackster. So yeah. There you go. Hey, chick, I knew. I knew. I knew. So yeah, I knew. But it's intriguing. Erin Hack tells me everything. She's like, this is what happened. Like, Erin, I've not watched it yet. But I don't care. I love Erin Hack though. There you go, Lazy Die. I knew it. I know you cheaters. Right. You're not cheating in this case. I give you grace. I know you wouldn't lie to me. So there you go, Robin G. I know. Normally you would, but you haven't on this one. So before I go into that case, I just want to. I was going to play this yesterday. We even got on the weeds with it last night. I did a little bit as well. I'll be honest with you. I know what's coming. I want to show you this, right? Oh, Erica Walsh. Shit. Pemblwydd hapus I ti, Pemblwydd hapus I ti, Pemblwydd hapus I Erica. Pemblwydd hapus I ti. Happy birthday, Erica Walsh. Happy birthday, Erica. I hope you have a great day, my darling. Lazy Di, this is why I love her, though. She doesn't hide it. That's what, like, if anyone thinks I'm serious about cheating and stuff like that, then you don't know me. And what do you call it? The biggest cheater of them all is Erin Hack, and she tells me everything. She tells me everything. Do you know what I mean? I love it. I love the gossip queen. I love it. I love when people cheat and come back and tell us everything. I love it. You just haven't figured that out yet. I fucking loves it. I love the goss. Yeah, she's amazing. Middle writing down work email to Raytheon, and I hate writing emails to them. Oh no. Hang on. This is the right. If you've not seen this, I'm sure most of you have seen it. Right. Look at this for a verdict. Right. Um, Good morning, Cynthia. Hang on, people. Look at this for a verdict reaction. Have you not seen this? I fucking love this. Robbie G's time to stop taking out money. Then I know that is why I pick back. Yeah, it should. I fucking love it. I think some people think I'm serious though. It's like, no. Morning, Ryan. Morning, Cynthia. Hello, everybody. Right, watch this if you've not. Who the fuck is this lady? Hello. She's nice. But anyway, that was just that to show you the reaction. What the reaction? He just fucking dove into the crowd. He's like, hey, let's go. I gotta say, I think that's hilarious.
Erin Hattree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hattree drives a bus all day long.
Well, whatever she is sexy. Everything about her so sexy. Oh yeah. Right. So our plan is today, because you all are such cheaters. I'm going to show this Griffin. Fuck. Zachary Hughes stuff from yesterday, and then what I'm going to do is show today as well. I'm going to do a today's show as well. So we're going to be all, because I think he's the last witness, so we might as well watch it all today because you're all going to cheat anyway. So, brisket nachos. Oh, nice. That sounds nice. Rusty can. One name nice. I love that. I got happen. I don't know why I got happen though. So, Hack, does that suffice you? If we play this now, and then the live today will play today as well after this. This is about 3 hours. Dana, pass the message on to obviously Tracy that we love her and that we sang for her. All right, here we go. Hey, strap it on, everybody. This is a hell of a ride. Probably the best ride you've ever been on. Right, here we go. Hello, Lauren Murray. I love Lauren when she pops in. You brighten up my day, Lauren. How are you, my darling? Hope you are well, Lauren. Nice to see you, my darling. I missed you when you used to pop in. Nice to see you. Will do. Happy days. Cheaters here reporting for duty. Lazy die. Can we have all the lines of cheaters, please? All behind Erin Hack, please, on the bus. She'll bring you to the studio. Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, my darling, for the super sticker. Hey, Cynthia. Obviously, in May, I cannot wait for this cookie. People keep asking me, you can try Cynthia and Paul's cookies. I'm like, yeah, only a little bit because I'm not used to it, but I definitely, for anybody asking, yes, I will be. Good morning, Deb. Not cheater. Deb is not a cheater. So, thank you, Cynthia, very much for that. And thank you, Paul, as always. Enjoy your nacho, whatever you call it, in the rusty can. Right, everybody, if we're ready, let me put the logo over that. Then this is one of the wildest. So just in case you don't know, this guy's the defendant, and he's about to give testimony. It's the wildest testimony you've ever heard. I've never seen a court. I haven't seen the testimony. I just heard about it. So, hey, Lauren, good to see you from Lazy Die as well. There you go. Took a break, but I'm back. We're glad you're back. Even if you just pop in, I love it to see you, Lauren. You brighten up our day. Lovely to see you, my darling. I can't wait to meet you as well in Massachusetts or Massachusetts or Taxachusetts, whichever one people decide. I do try Massachusetts. Erin Hack, I told him you were the worst cheat because you just let it be known. Yeah, I love it. So who's cheating now? I cheat every day, people. I cheat myself all the time. Then he says, hello, Lauren. Good morning, you all. Good morning to you, Tim. How are you doing? There you go. Can't wait. I can't wait either, my darling. I can't wait. Give you a massive big hug. I can't wait, my darling. Hi, Dennis. Hey, Dennis. Good morning, Laura from Cynthia as well. There you go, everybody. Right, let's get on to this then. Strap it in, everybody. It's going to be a wild one. Hey, AP.
May it please the court, Your Honor, the defense calls Zach Hughes.
Let's boost it for Deb.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Zachary David Hughes.
Zach, how old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
Are you married?
No.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
Yes, I do.
Tell this jury about your brothers and sisters.
I have 5 brothers and sisters. One is my biological brother, Eli, and the rest are my adopted siblings.
At one point, did you have 6 siblings?
Yes, I did.
Talk about that in a minute. Where were you born?
I was born in San Luis Obispo, California.
Did you grow up in the entirety of your childhood in California?
No, I did not.
From California, where did you and your family move?
We moved to Southwest Virginia when I was 11.
While you were still living in California, did you discover that you had an aptitude for music?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did your mom or dad do by way of an instrument to help you learn how to play music?
When I was maybe 4 or 5, my dad found an old Gulbranson upright piano at a yard sale, and he bought it for, I think, $300 and rolled it down the street to our house. So I had an instrument to tinker on when I was young, even before I started piano lessons.
Describe just in general to this jury, what was your, while you were in California and early on in Virginia, what was your home life like? What was it like to grow up in your house?
I had a great childhood. I have great parents. They raised my biological brother and I before we adopted in a Christian household. They taught us good values, the importance of good morals and service to others, and they supported me in every way imaginable, and I'm very grateful for them.
And Zach, you may want to back up just a little bit from the microphone. I think you're getting just a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a little bit better. Thanks. Describe for the jury, you talked about your Christian values in the household. Describe for the jury sort of the, early on at least, the connection between your parents supporting you playing music and the Christian dynamic in your family.
Yeah, originally when I was 9, my parents started me on piano lessons. Our pastor's daughter taught piano lessons, and my dad wanted me to play hymns and family devotions.
You testified earlier that you and your family moved to Virginia. Tell this jury where you and your family moved in Virginia.
It was a town called Abingdon. It's right next to Bristol, Virginia, which is known for the NASCAR Speedway.
Describe to the jury what your family's residence was like. Where did you live, and sort of describe that dynamic.
We moved to a small 3.5-acre farm. My parents liked the idea of raising some farm animals and giving my brother and I the opportunity to do physical work on a farm, and just the opportunity to be close to nature and grow up understanding the value of hard work.
In 2005, did your family grow beyond just you and your brother and your parents?
Yes.
Describe for the jury how your family grew in 2005.
The church we were a part of at a time really encouraged adoption, especially for families or couples who weren't able to have kids at that point in their life or at all. And as a result of this belief in the church that it was good to adopt, there were emails that would be passed around occasionally. And there was an email that was passed around with a photo of 5 Russian siblings who were up for adoption in Russia. And my family saw these photos, and our heart really went out to these kids. At first, we thought they were all boys because their heads were all shaven for lice, and they were all wearing sort of the same kind of clothes, hand-me-downs. But they were 3 girls and 2 boys. And after a lot of prayer and thought and discussion about it, we decided we wanted to adopt these kids because essentially if we didn't, who would?
So just briefly, let's talk about these kids. How old was the oldest child at the time your parents adopted them?
She was 10.
What was her name?
Her Russian name was Yelena, but we gave all the kids American names. So her name was Grace when we adopted her.
So Grace was 10. How old was the youngest?
18 months.
We're going to come back to them in just a little bit. At some point, did you and your family move to South Carolina from Virginia?
Yes.
How old were you when your family moved to South Carolina from Virginia?
I believe I was either 15 or 16.
Where did you and your family move in South Carolina?
We moved to Travelers Rest in Greenville County.
During this time, describe for the jury what is going on in your music progression, your life as a musician, and how you're progressing.
Like I said, I started piano at 9, and when we moved to Virginia, I became increasingly more interested and motivated in it. So by the time I was, say, 14, 15, I was practicing on average 6 to 8 hours a day. We were homeschooled, so this allowed me to do this. And by the time we had moved to Travelers Rest, I was very convinced that I wanted to pursue music as a career.
You testified you were practicing a lot. During the time, did your father do anything to provide the rest of the family some peace while you were practicing so much?
Yes, I like to practice late into the night and into the early morning hours. So my dad actually built me a soundproofed room out in the garage so I could do this without waking the neighbors.
So as your musical capabilities improved and increased, while you were in high school, did you participate in any music festivals, specifically regional music festivals?
Yes, many.
Did you ever win a prestigious regional music festival?
Yes, several.
Describe to the jury what opportunity you were given in connection with the South Carolina Philharmonic Orchestra.
In 2011, I participated in a high school piano festival in Columbia, South Carolina at the University of South Carolina called the Southeastern Piano Festival. And part of this festival, there was an international concerto competition. A concerto is a piece for a solo instrument and orchestra. So in this case, solo piano with orchestra. And that was the Arthur Fraser International Piano Competition. And I was awarded first prize. And part of first prize was the opportunity at a later date to perform a full concerto with the South Carolina Philharmonic. And maybe a year later, we did Beethoven's Emperor Concerto.
You testified about high school and your progression as a musician in high school. I want to talk about college. When it came to go for you to go to college, where did you apply to go to college?
I applied to 5 different conservatories in the country.
Were you accepted to any of those conservatories?
I was accepted to 3.
Where did you decide to go to college?
I went to the Juilliard School in Manhattan.
The year you applied, what percentage of applicants were granted admission to Juilliard?
I believe it was 7.2%.
And you were one of those musicians.
Yes.
When you were accepted, what, if any, inducements or incentives did Juilliard give you to attend their institution?
They offered me a generous financial aid package and a merit-based scholarship.
When did you begin your education at the Juilliard School?
I matriculated in the fall of 2011.
I want to talk about what you did while you were there. While you were at Juilliard, did you have an opportunity to participate in an international music festival?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury about that.
There is an international music students festival in Kyoto, Japan, which is called I think the Rome Music Foundation sets it up. And they try to get music students from all over the world, from different countries. So they get a sampling of different countries, and they have a relationship with Juilliard. So an email was sent out to the student body asking if anyone wanted to participate. And I was selected to represent the States in Kyoto for this festival.
And so how many students from around the world participated in this festival?
Maybe 15 to 20.
And how many from America were selected to participate?
1.
And that was just you.
Yes.
Did you graduate from the Juilliard School?
Yes, I did.
When did you graduate?
In May of 2015.
And what was the degree you obtained upon graduation?
A bachelor's of music and piano performance.
Just briefly describe to the jury, after you graduated, what did you do in the music field for employment immediately upon graduation?
I did what a lot of conservatory graduates do who decide not to immediately pursue a higher degree. I did a lot of freelancing. I did some solo gigs, playing concerts. I did some accompanying. I taught some students. And I even took on some work in restaurants to supplement my income.
At some point, were you given the opportunity to be on staff with the Knoxville Symphony?
Yes, I was.
When did you receive, or when was that opportunity given to you?
I heard about the audition that I heard that a spot had opened up for principal keyboardist in the Knoxville Symphony, and I heard about it 3 days beforehand. So last minute, I learned a bunch of excerpts and auditioned, and I was fortunate enough to get the job in 2017.
You talked about the principal pianist. tell the jury what the principal pianist, what that title means and what your function was.
It is a principal keyboardist, so it's basically any instrument part in the orchestra that has a keyboard I would be playing. So it could be piano, harpsichord, synthesizer, celesta.
When did you begin your employment as the principal pianist for the Knoxville Symphony?
In 2017.
When did your employment end with the Knoxville Symphony?
In 2018.
What did you decide to do in 2018 that required you to leave the orchestra? Or the symphony, rather?
I decided to enlist with the Marine Corps.
So you're a classically trained pianist. You had an opportunity with a symphony to perform with them, which is regular employment, and you decide to leave that and go serve your country in the Marine Corps. Is that correct?
Yes.
Describe to the jury why you decided to leave your job with the symphony to serve your country in the Marine Corps.
Since my sophomore year of college, it has been something I've been thinking about, military service. And obviously there's a window of time that you're able to do that in as you get older. You hit age limits and so forth. And it had just always been something I was interested in, the service of others, service to others aspect of it. I felt like, in a sense, I owed a debt to my country and to do some military service. And I also wanted the opportunity to experience a difficult training environment. And I figured the Marines they had a reputation of being the hardest. So that's the branch I decided to go for.
What, if any, attributes of your childhood or the home environment as you grew up, what, if any, of those attributes played into your desire to join the Marine Corps?
I think the way my parents had always instilled in us a good work ethic and an important sense of just a moral duty to others, it seemed like a very good opportunity for me to further develop some of these things in myself.
You testified that initially you enlisted in the Marine Corps. Ultimately, did your journey continue as an enlisted person in the Marine Corps?
No.
Why not? Tell us, jury.
I was speaking with my recruiter, and they ask you a lot of questions, just trying to figure out who you are and what aptitude you might have for different aspects of the service you're going for. And he found out that I had a college degree, which meant, unbeknownst to me, that I was eligible for officer candidate school. So as soon as they found that out, they tried to funnel me into, it's a different recruiting program, but they got me in touch with the officer selection officer and encouraged me to go the officer route.
During the selection process for officer candidate school, were you living in Tennessee at the time?
Yes, I was.
And briefly, if you would, describe to the jury during that period in Tennessee what the process was that was used for officer candidate school or OCS for selection.
It's a little different than recruiting. You have to go through a pretty rigorous selection process to even be invited to OCS. So you spend a lot of time with your OSO, or your officer selection officer, and it's their job to essentially train you up and get you ready so that you can pass the review board to get an invitation. So when I was living in Tennessee, I was doing a lot of training with him preparing for this.
In Tennessee at the time, was there a board that also was tasked with reviewing applications for OCS?
Yes, there was.
And the cycle where you participated or your application was evaluated, do you know how many applicants the board authorized to go forward with OCS during that cycle?
One.
Was that your application?
Yes, it was.
Let's talk about OCS. At the time you began your journey in the Marine Corps, did Marine Corps personnel try to push you to a different area than you wanted to go to?
Yes, they did.
Describe to this jury what they asked you to do or what they wanted you to do.
As a recruiter, there are different boxes that I think you get bonuses in a certain sense if you can check, and one of those is the Marine Corps band. So when they found out I had a background as a pianist, they really tried to get me to join the Marine Corps band.
And when they asked you to join the Marine Corps band, what did you say?
I declined. That wasn't the reason I wanted to join. I wanted to experience a different side of life, and I was interested in infantry.
Let's talk about OCS. During officer candidate school and your time there, were there metrics that were used by OCS personnel to evaluate physical fitness.
Yes.
Describe to the jury what those metrics were.
There's something called the PFT, the physical fitness test, and it consists of 3 areas. It's pull-ups to failure, maximum crunches under 2 minutes, and a 3-mile timed run.
What's a perfect score on that?
You can get a maximum of 100 in each of the 3 areas, so a perfect score would be 300.
What was your score?
294.
Ultimately, were you able to complete officer candidate school?
No, I was not.
Why were you not able to complete officer candidate school?
I was dropped after the 3rd week of officer candidate school due to level 3 stress fractures in both of my tibias,
So you had broken legs.
more or less.
At the time you were forced to leave officer candidate school, what percentage of the class were you in?
I was in the top 3%.
Do you remember how many members were in your OCS class at this time?
It was more than 400.
When you left OCS, how did you leave it with the Marine Corps?
The CEO of Quantico, which is where Marine Corps OCS is at, asked me to return. He essentially told me to go home, heal, retrain, and come back.
And we'll talk about this more, but ultimately, did you return?
No, I did not.
At this time, do you consider yourself a United States Marine?
No, I do not.
Why?
That's a title you have to earn, and since I haven't completed my training, I did not earn it.
After you suffered the fractures in your legs, where did you go to rehabilitate and to heal?
I went back to Traveler's Rest, where my family is, and I stayed with them while I was healing.
And just to put a time on this, is this approximately 2019? Is that right?
This is late January of 2019.
So now you're living with your family in Traveler's Rest here in Greenville County. While you were living with your family and rehabilitating your legs, were you presented with an opportunity to play music?
Yes, I was.
Describe to the jury what that opportunity was.
Through a series of mutual acquaintances, a woman by the name of Jeanette Wynn sent me an email and asked me if I would be willing to play an inaugural concert for their church. They had just received a gift of a very fine piano, and they wanted to have this concert sort of as a thank you to the donor and to show the congregation what it sounded like.
And so you were asked to perform using the gift of the piano that the church had received. Is that right?
Yes.
What was your response to that invitation?
At first, I was inclined to say no because I was about 6 months out of practice. But the more I thought about it, it seemed like it would be a good thing to do while my legs were healing, so I accepted.
Describe to the jury, when did you play the inaugural concert on the piano on that field?
I believe it was in June of 2019.
Were you to be paid for the performance?
Yes, I was.
Describe to the jury what the arrangement for the payment would be.
It was a flat fee honorarium for this one concert.
And was the concert well received?
Yes, it was.
I want to talk about, just briefly, you mentioned Jeanette Wynn in your introduction to the Wynn family. You first met Jeanette Wynn and other members of the Wynn family in what year? To 2019?
In 2019, yes.
And over time, did you develop a friendship with the Wynn family?
Yes, I did.
While you developed this friendship, did you share with the Wynn family a long aspiration you had held in the music context?
Yes, I did.
Tell this jury what that aspiration was.
Growing up, Beethoven had always been my favorite composer and something of a personal hero. And in 2020, that was going to be the 250th birthday for him. So I had this dream that I really kind of put on the back burner when I was intending to go through OCS, well, this dream of playing all 32 of his piano sonatas in a series of concerts. And in passing, I shared this with the Winds.
And when you shared that aspiration you had with the Winds, what was the reaction of the Winds and their church members?
They were very enthusiastic about the idea.
And so their support of your dream, what effect did that have on your decision to go back to the United States Marine Corps?
Playing all of these sonatas is not something you can really just decide to do. You need a venue to present them at, so you need external support. And when I realized how enthusiastic the Winds and their church congregation were about this, I realized that there was actually a real way to do this. So it presented me with a very difficult decision, whether to go back to OCS or whether to do this passion project of mine that I didn't think I was going to ever be able to do. And I eventually chose to do the Beethoven sonatas.
Let's talk about this project. You said 32 Beethoven sonatas.
Yes.
How many pages of music comprises the 32 sonatas?
It's over 600 pages.
If you played those from beginning to end, how long would it take to get through all 32 sonatas?
It depends how fast you go, but roughly 11 to 12 hours.
To your knowledge, how many people have been able to accomplish this endeavor?
I don't know the exact number. It's not many. It's something probably only a dozen or two pianists have ever recorded. As to how many pianists have actually done it, I don't know if there's a record of that.
So let's talk about what you did to prepare. We're in 2019. When was the first concert on this project? When was that? When were you to perform that concert? When was that scheduled?
In January of 2020
Where was that going to be? Where was that performance going to take place?
at the Winds Church.
To prepare for this inaugural concert, where were you living?
At first, I was living with my family, and at a certain point, the Winds extended an invitation to me to live with them because they had a piano that I could practice on, and I think they wanted to hear me practice.
So let's talk about January of 2020. Did you have your inaugural concert for this project in January 2020?
Yes,
And where did you perform this concert?
at the Winds Church.
Were you to be compensated for this concert series?
The concerts were donation-based, and the church and I had agreed to split the proceeds 50-50.
Did you perform that concert in January of 2020?
Yes, I did.
How was it received?
Very well.
What percentage of the project, meaning how many sonatas, did you perform in the first concert?
I played 3 sonatas in the first concert
When was the next concert?
in February of 2020.
How many sonatas did you perform in the second concert?
I think 2
When was the third concert?
in March of 2020.
How many sonatas did you perform in the March concert?
I believe 3.
Was there were you able to perform a fourth concert in April of 2020?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
COVID had happened, which was making public gatherings impossible at the time.
So up until April of 2020, if you had to guess, what percentage of the project were you able to complete in those 3 performances?
Maybe a fifth to a quarter.
All right. During this time, were you working anywhere else to make a little extra money?
Yes, prior I had been working at Gianna downtown serving, and at some point I started working there again after COVID had happened. And I also took on some work with my dad, painting houses and laying brick.
So when the pandemic hit, did that put a complete end to your music performances?
For the time being, yes.
At some point, did you decide to perform outside during the pandemic?
Yes, I did.
What instrument did you use to conduct performances outside?
I saved up some money and bought what was the best electronic keyboard on the market at the time. And I needed something portable, and I also wanted something that would do justice to the pieces I was trying to play. So it was a Roland V piano.
Where did you, or how did you get the money to pay for the piano?
Through working with my dad.
So after you got the piano, did you begin to play music on the streets of downtown Greenville?
Yes, I applied for a performer's permit for public spaces, and then I started several times a week taking my keyboard downtown and playing these sonatas at various spots in downtown Greenville.
When did you start performing in downtown Greenville?
It would have been sometime in the summer of 2020.
Where were some of your most frequent locations where you perform music in downtown Greenville?
Probably the most frequent was right in front of Spill the Beans at the entrance to Falls Park, where the fountain is.
I want to talk about an evening in August of 2020 while you were performing outside Spill the Beans. While you were performing, did anyone make contact with you and introduce himself to you?
Yes,
Who was that?
that was John Mello.
Was John Mello by himself, or was anyone with him?
He was with his daughter, Aida Mello.
How old, best you can recall, how old was Aida at the time?
She was 8.
Tell this jury about the interaction you had with John Mello when he first introduced himself when you were Principal Beans.
I didn't know who he was, but he came up and said he was a musician and asked if I'd be willing to take a request. He said his daughter's favorite piece was Claire de Lune, and I know that piece really well. It's a favorite piece of mine, so I played it for her.
What, if anything, did you observe about Aida while you were playing Claire de Lune?
Like I said, she was 8, so she was pretty young. I had taught a lot of kids before, so I had experience with kids that age and their attention spans, which tend to be very short. So I was really impressed. I could see her out of the corner of my eye, and she was just enraptured from start to finish. Like she wasn't running around. She wasn't on a device. She was just completely caught up in the music, and that made a big impression on me.
After you played John Mello's request, before he left, what, if anything, did he give you?
He gave me a business card.
Did you use it to make contact with him after that first meeting?
Yes, I sent him an email.
Why did you follow up and begin to communicate with John Mello after that first meeting?
I got the impression from a few things he said and from the card that he was in the rock and roll world, which that's something I had never had much contact with as a classical musician. And he seemed like a great conversationalist. He was charismatic and outgoing, and I thought it'd be interesting to get coffee with him at some point.
And did you meet with John again after that night in August of 2020?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the period between the time you met John and Aida Mello in August of 2020 until the beginning of October of 2020. During that period of time, how many times did you physically meet with John Mello?
Maybe 6 or 7 times.
When you met with him, was he by himself or was with Aida with him?
With one exception, Aida was always with him.
Tell the jury what the activities you and John and Aida would do together in that period.
We'd get coffee a few times. I saw him and Aida spontaneously because I was performing and they walked up like the first time. We got pizza once, we went to an art gallery, things like that.
Tell the jury what your impressions were of Aida as you got to know her in the late summer, early fall of 2020.
They were extremely positive. She's a really special kid. She was definitely mature beyond her years, like I talked about. She could hold a conversation with adults. She looked you in the eye. She seemed really cultured, like she'd had a lot of exposure to different places. She traveled like almost as much as I had. She was always telling me about trips she and her dad had taken, and it was just very evident to me that she was a very healthy, loved child. She clearly loved her dad, and it was obvious that he had done a great job raising her. And I was convinced that she was a happy, healthy kid, and he was a great father.
Let's fast forward to the beginning of October of 2020. When is your birthday?
October 2nd.
On your birthday, October the 2nd, 2020, how did you celebrate your birthday?
At this point, Aida had visitation with her mother, Christina Parcell. So this was the one time I saw John where she wasn't with him. And John wanted to show me some of his favorite taco stands out on White Horse Road. So we celebrated my birthday together and went to a couple bars, had dinner, ended up getting tacos at the end of the night.
At the beginning of the night, what was John's mood?
Very festive.
By the end of the night, had his mood changed?
Yes, it had.
Describe what his mood was at the end of the night.
Towards the end, at one of these taco stands, he became very pensive and even distraught. And he started to tell me about really grave concerns he had about his daughter, specifically when his daughter was with her mother, Christina Parcell. And he essentially said that whenever Aida's mother had visitation, he just never could rest easy until he got Aida back. And that he just didn't trust her, and he thought that she wasn't responsible and that she might even hurt her at some point. And I mean, frankly, it kind of, I mean, the mood of the evening took a big dip because of this. It was clear that he just was terrified about the danger his daughter was in, and this made a big impression on me.
So when you were with John on your birthday on October 2nd, 2020, where were Aida and Christina Parcell?
I believe they were on a road trip to see family, maybe in Alabama or somewhere farther down south.
When was she due back to Greenville?
I believe the next day or in the next couple of days.
When she returned, where were Aida and John going to go?
They were going to go to Italy.
Did John tell you that?
Yes.
When John told you that he and Aida were going to go to Italy, what did you think about that? What was your reaction to that?
I thought it was great. I knew at this point that John's parents were Italian, and Aida, I thought, stood to gain a great cultural experience from it. And I just thought if I had had the opportunity to travel and live in Italy when I was 8, I would have jumped at that. So I was really excited for both of them.
Did they go to Italy?
Yes.
So in October, John and Aida Mello go to Italy. Tell this jury what you're doing in October, November of 2020, musically and otherwise.
At this point, musically, I was still performing on the streets of Greenville, and I was also talking with someone who curated a museum of historic instruments downtown, the Sickle Music Museum. This man was Tom Strange, and we were discussing the possibility of revamping the Beethoven project I had been planning to do that got cut short by COVID by essentially doing the concert series again throughout 2021, but this time recording them so that we wouldn't have to deal with the issue of gatherings with COVID going on.
And did you and Tom Strange solidify a plan for resurrecting the Beethoven project?
Yes, we did.
Just generally speaking, describe for the jury sort of the intensity of the schedule, the intensity of the lead up to that project.
Yeah, so as a classical musician, at least, just because you've played a piece doesn't mean that like you know it forever and you're never going to forget it and it's never going to cost you any more work. It would be like you may have run a marathon once before in your life, but if you haven't trained for a year, it's not going to be easy for you if you go and try to do it again. So I was going to have to relearn all of this repertoire because I'd only been playing certain of the sonatas downtown. And with the recording schedule, I was going to be meeting with him. There was going to be other people and other equipment involved. So essentially, I was going to have to commit to a schedule where we'd meet more or less once a week to record one sonata a week throughout 2021 and stick to that schedule. So it was going to be strenuous and a lot of work, and I knew this going into it.
And when was the first recording set to occur on the project with Tom Strange?
I think around January 2021.
And beginning in January, how many performances on the project? What was the time frame on the remaining performances on the project?
Again, it was roughly one a week. These sonatas are not all the same length. Some are short as like 12 minutes. Others, one lasts about 45 minutes. So depending on the piece, we were allocating enough time for me to get ready.
All right, so let's talk about from, again, October to April of 2020. John and Aida leave in October. Between October and April, describe to the jury what the communications were you were having with John Mello, the frequency of the communications. Just tell them about it.
Like I said, I was excited for them. I was excited for Aida to be able to have this experience. Based on what John had told me about Aida's mother, I thought it was good that there was distance in between them. And our communications had died off a bit after they left. John is interesting. He's also a lot. He's a very dramatic person. And it was a bit of a relief to just not be running into him downtown all the time because I had a lot of practice I was doing and sometimes I didn't have time to hang out as much as he might have wanted to. So our communications petered out.
Were you relieved in some ways that your communications with him had slowed down or so?
To a degree, yeah.
in April of 2021, did your communications with John and the frequency of them increase dramatically?
Yes.
Why did your communications with John increase dramatically in April of 2021?
Like I said, our communications had petered out, but they hadn't completely ceased. So he had let me know that Christina Purcell, Aida's mother, had been filing, I think, some stuff with the family court in Greenville in order to try to get her daughter back. He was very worried that she might succeed in doing this for reasons I've already spoken about. And in April, he sent me a message, and it was clear from the text that he was very upset, just saying that, Zach, they took Aida. What am I going to do? Something about along those lines.
After he told you in April of 2021 that they had taken Aida, did he begin to tell you in greater detail what his concerns were and more information about his concerns?
Yes.
What happened next?
At this point, I found myself in kind of a conundrum because, like I said, I had appreciated having some distance from John. But by the same token, I was becoming increasingly more concerned about his daughter, Aida. So while I might have wanted to not continue communicating with John for the sake of his daughter, I felt that I had a certain sense of responsibility to help him with what he was dealing with his custody battle for his daughter's sake. We began communicating probably every day, at least by text, often by phone calls. I was giving a lot of time towards hearing what he had to say, towards trying to help him in any way I could. Some of the things I did to help him were, first, he needed counsel. He needed a lawyer in family court. So I was calling a bunch of lawyers in Greenville, trying to find someone who could help him. And by helping him, help Aida. I ended up cleaning his house in Greenville. He had left it with a tenant who absolutely trashed it. It was like nothing I'd ever seen. Like the air was hardly breathable. So I was buying a dehumidifier, getting cleaning supplies, hiring Mikey Manigo, who testified last week, to help me clean out his house so that he would have a place to show family court, that he had a home that would be a safe place for a little girl and him to be living in. I told him when he came back, I'd pick him up from the airport. But notably, while we were having these conversations, he began to tell me in much more detail what his concerns were about Christina Purcell. And, well, in order for you to understand what my reaction was to what he was telling me, you need to know what my experience was with my oldest adopted sibling, Grace. So when we adopted these kids, we really didn't know much about them.
Objection, Your Honor, maybe approach. Sure.
Oh! Okay, this is the start of it. This is the start of it. Oh my God. Strap on. Strap on. Look at the crowd. There's a ton of them there. So they're off there. They come back in here. Off there. Right, here we go. Oh my days. Strap it on, Keith. Strap it on.
Yes.
It's about to get good, people. Oh fuck, where's my mouse going?
I don't say this lightly, but my oldest sister, Grace, was the most evil human being I've ever met in my life. She was 10 when she came into our family. The Russian government didn't tell us much about the kids, so we weren't aware of any, if any, behavioral issues there may have been. And there were many, but specifically with her. I would describe her without reservation as an affectionless psychopath. It wasn't that she was immoral, it was more that she was amoral. She didn't have a sense of right and wrong. Her emotional compass was seemingly non-existent. She was just dead inside. She was a masterful manipulator and deceiver. She could lie at the drop of the hat for reasons that might involve her personal gain or just for the heck of it. She would invent the most absurd, crazy, gruesome stories just to get a reaction out of people. And she could talk about this stuff with the same tone that you might talk about making a sandwich. And this from a girl that I knew between the ages of 10 to 14. It was incredibly disturbing. And the things I learned about that type of personality have stayed with me my entire life, because I've never met someone like this since. And with one exception, I had never even heard someone describe another human being like this. And one of the things that is so dangerous about someone like this is, she was literally like a vampire who would just suck the goodness out of other people around her. She could be very emotional, and she would fake these emotions in order to elicit a response in you, a sympathetic response. And if, for instance, you were accusing her of doing something like stealing or hurting one of her siblings, she would weep and just beg you to believe her and say, no, I didn't do it. And then if you would present her with irrefutable proof that we knew you had indeed done this, it was like a mask would just fall off her face. And I mean, she'd just look at you with shark eyes. And no matter how many times we would go through this cycle with her, where she would deceive us and betray our trust and hurt people in our family, she would always reel us back in, because there's something in normal, good people that wants to believe that someone like this can change. You want to believe that, there's redemption for someone like this and that they might change their ways and become a better person. And she knew that. And she would use that in order to ingratiate herself again and regain our trust, only to betray that trust again harder than she had the first time. And this happened dozens of times, and it created an incredible amount of strife in our home. She could manipulate my parents and drive a wedge between them. She was just an incredibly intelligent person and incredibly evil. And having met someone like that, it made me able to understand, and even though I didn't want to, accept the fact that people like this exist, whether you want to believe it or not. And if you trust them, you are only ever going to get hurt by them again. You have to forgive them at some point. And that was a very difficult thing for me to do. It took me years, but eventually I had to accept an apology from this girl that I never got and was never going to get. And I had to do it for myself. But I would never trust her again. That would be insane, for my own safety or for the safety of others. So this is an experience which I think is somewhat unique. I think most people have not met someone like this. And I mean, we might watch true crime documentaries or things like this, and we know that technically these people are real, but they exist on Netflix or in someone else's lives. And we never once believe that it could be someone we know, or that it could be someone living next door, or that it could be someone that our children play with, or someone we might allow to look after our kids. So knowing this is essential to understanding my reaction to what John began to tell me about Christina Parcell in April and May of 2021, after Aida had been taken back to Greenville. He started describing Christina Parcell's character and her personality. And as he was going through various points, he kept saying, Zach, I know you're not going to believe me. Like, I know this sounds overblown and dramatic, and you probably think I'm exaggerating. And under other circumstances, I would have, because John does, he's a big storyteller. And, when people are talking about their exes, like, everyone thinks their ex is the Antichrist. So, of course, I was sort of predisposed to be biased against what he was telling me, except for the fact that point by point, everything he described about Christina Parcell was exactly the same as my sister Grace. He told me that Christina Parcell was a master manipulator. He said she can lie at the drop of the hat and you'll never know it. He said she was incredibly charming. He said she was incredibly intelligent and talented. He used to say she was smarter than he was, but that her biggest fault was that she was lazy. And she had this arrogance combined with her laziness that was essentially born out of the fact that she knew she never really had to work too hard at anything in life. And she could even sacrifice trust with people and tell them lies that could easily be found out, because ultimately she was completely confident in her ability to reel someone back in, no matter how bad she had burned them before. And he could have been describing Grace to me because I knew this behavior. I had lived through this behavior. So at this point,
I'm sorry, when he was describing these features to you of Christina, had you ever told him about Grace? Did he know anything about Grace?
No, I don't make a habit of talking about grace to people. One, it's incredibly difficult to speak about, and two, most people, having not met someone like that, it just doesn't really land most of the time. They don't understand what you're talking about. So no, John had no idea that I'd had this experience with Grace, which made me realize that there was no way he could have possibly invented this, because no one would get it right point by point by point unless they had met one of these people. And that was the first thing that really raised a huge red flag with me and made me think that despite the fact that he can exaggerate and overblow the truth, and he's often not very believable when you listen to him, I was convinced at that point that he must be describing something true, because no one would know how to describe it so specifically and accurately if they were just making it up. And I was right to believe him. So in addition to this description of her character, and one last thing about Grace and Christina by correlation, one thing Grace she had an addiction to doing was not merely stealing from you or sucker punching one of her siblings just to assert dominance or doing other terrible things to her siblings. She would recruit her other younger siblings to do these things for her. She would get off on making little duplicates of herself and training and enlisting her siblings to act as proxies for her so that she wouldn't actually get in trouble, because she knew that we all had our eyes on her because of her behavior and we knew we couldn't trust her. So if she even had 2 minutes with one of her younger siblings where no one was within earshot, she would tell them, hey, mom's going to go check the mail. I just saw the mail truck go. When she's doing that, I want you to go run into her bedroom and go into her jewelry, or go and get this for me and we'll split it. Go and get that food that mom said we can't have till the weekend or something. So she was an incredibly corrupting influence on anyone around her that she could exert her influence on. Again, I call her a vampire who sucks the goodness out of others. This is an incredibly appropriate metaphor, because that's what vampires do. They're intelligent, they're dead inside, and they eventually kill the people around them unless they find someone who might be useful to them, and then they create a duplicate of themselves that they can control. And this is exactly what Grace would do. So when John was telling me all this, I realized that there was an incredible danger that what Christina Parcell was a future preview of what Aida Mello could potentially become if she was left in this woman's custody and was raised by her. And the facts have borne out that I was right. But
Sustaining.
Will
instruct the jury to disregard the last comment.
Zach, at some point, was Grace actually removed from your family?
yes,
Describe for this jury why, or the circumstance or the event that prompted her removal from your family.
it had been 4 years of what I've been describing. She had been sent to different girls' homes around the country, many of which had records of never expelling a single student, and she was the first for many of them that they expelled and sent back to us. And it finally just got so bad that we realized she was going to be a physical danger to our family. I discovered a diary that she had made where she described in detail my parents having their eyes gouged out and dying, and how once my parents were out of the way and dead, she would be able to assume her role as rightful queen of the country. So she just had these psychopathic delusions of violence and grandeur. And we called the SS and asked them to remove her from the home.
We're going to come back to that in a second, or in a little while. You testified about things that John told you about Christina. Did he also provide you with other information about Christina that informed your opinion of her or what you came to know about her?
Yes.
What were some of the documents or other pieces of information that John provided you with?
Objection, hearsay.
No, we're not offering it for its truth. We're offering it to show what he knew. If it's State versus Vic, I've said here, we're not offering it for its truth.
He offered me, among other things, 3 very pertinent collections of information. One was the photographs that have been discussed that I sent in mailings to various people, along with advertisements from an escort website, which were connected with these photographs. These photographs were of Christina Parcell in various stages of undress. And John told me that they were prostitution advertisements from her previous career as a prostitute. And looking at these photographs, there was no doubt in my mind that that's what these were. And I don't say this in any way to try to shame. It's simply that, I mean, who said it? Like pornography, you know it when you see it. Well, I think the same can be said in terms of these photographs. They were not cute, sexy, intimate photographs that someone might send to someone they're dating or something. They were lewd and tasteless, and there was a very clear element of advertising, a commercial element. So when I looked at these, there was a vacant, arrogant, almost derisive look in her eyes that reminded me so much of my sister. It was a look that said, I can get you to do whatever I want because you want what I have to offer you. And coupled with this was a deposition from 2016 that Christina Parcell had given.
1 second. Let me show you, Zach, what's in Mark's Defense Exhibit 46. Take a look at this.
Yes, this is the deposition.
All right. This time the defense removed Defense Exhibit 46 in evidence.
State objects.
Not hearsay.
Hi, Marky. Right, let's fast forward this this bad boy. They love a break in this court. Here we go.
Now, just for the purpose of the record, you used to say that state object. Is that correct?
I did, as far as that.
Yes, sir. After you read the deposition you referenced of Christina Parcell, what did you come to conclude or believe?
I believed that based on various things she freely admitted to in her deposition, that she had a history of using and manipulating men in order to get money and in offering sexual services in return. She admitted to being a pornographic actress and producing a film in South Carolina where she rubbed her feet on a man's penis. She admitted to using sugardaddyforme.com, where she sought out romantic relationships with older men with a clear emphasis on it being a trade, essentially a reciprocal thing, where she was seeking out to be taken care of financially. She said that she had a general disinterest in having children at the time, which is why that she gave up custody of her daughter to John Mello when her daughter was very young. Her lawyer took it.
I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask him, like we said, as far as just the effective how, not the specific details.
I understand.
Move on.
Zach, a little while ago, I asked you about documents that John gave you in addition to details he provided you information. We talked about the deposition. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 56. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 56. Is that also a document that John Mello gave you?
Yes,
Did you read it?
I did.
At this time, the defense removed Defense Exhibit 56 in evidence.
State objects based on the same objection we had in the prior, the prior issue. I think Your Honor's ruling was that he can talk about how it had an effect on him, but not to go into the details.
Your Honor, this is a separate exhibit. It's different than the deposition. It's just 2 pages. I'd be happy to argue on this.
I'm going to allow this to come in.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. This is, so again, I renew my motion to enter Defense Exhibit 56 in evidence, and it's admitted. Is that correct, Your Honor? Zach, take a look at Defense Exhibit 56. Would you for the jury to look at.
Come on.
Let's see.
Zoom, zoom. Zoom, zoom.
And I just want to go over this affidavit for you, or with you. Based on your understanding of this affidavit and your communication with John Mello, how did John become aware of this information that led to this affidavit?
John posted an ad on Craigslist asking for information about a woman named Christina Lorraine Purcell, aka Caroline Warren, and he provided photographs to identify her by.
Is page 2 of the affidavit this advertisement on Craigslist?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to page 1 of the affidavit. Would you please read the second paragraph of this affidavit?
I was at Hall's Chop House in downtown Greenville, South Carolina, when a woman approached me. She said hello and proceeded to ask if I was looking for a date. She said something to the effect of inviting me to bed for an amount of money and that we would not be rushed at all. When I refused her proposition, she proceeded to offer me narcotics. I refused and ended the encounter at that point.
Would you please read just the first sentence of the third paragraph?
There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that this woman is the woman that I saw on Craigslist.
And Zach, again, the woman in this advertisement on Craigslist, who's that woman?
Christina Purcell.
Zach, I want to talk about other information John Mello had provided you. You heard testimony from investigator Dan Bell. Remember that testimony?
I do.
And do you recall in the state's case in chief, Dan Devil, both in direct examination and cross-examination, testifying that he had met Christina Purcell in his official capacity before he began his investigation of the letters that were sent?
I remember.
And isn't it true that John Mello shared information with you about interactions he had had with Dan Bell?
Objection. Objection, Your Honor. I need a curative instruction on that.
Yeah, I totally disagree, and I'm happy to argue.
I don't know yet, Crystal. It's still all waiting. Hang on. I'm waiting for the good bits.
Especially in conjunction with.
I'm also peddling. I get my steps in by peddling as well.
So, Zach, you testified about information that John has provided you related to concerns he had about Christina Purcell.
Shit, sorry.
Especially.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was not on mute. Sorry, my bad. I muted myself. Sorry.
In conjunction with Aida Mello. We talked about the time period April. I want to move to May. In May of 2021, were you and John Mello continuing to communicate about the situation?
Yes.
In May of 2021, what, if anything, did John ask you to do
Given the extremely grave nature of John's concerns for his daughter, especially while she was in the custody of her mother, Christina Parcell, and potentially being exposed to her mother's boyfriend, Brad Post, who John believed was a pedophile and is a pedophile.
Objection.
I instruct you to totally disregard.
Let's watch that again. Let's watch that again. Oh my days. Let's watch that again.
While she was in the custody of her mother, Christina Parcell, and potentially being exposed to her mother's boyfriend, Brad Post, who John believed was a pedophile and is a pedophile.
Objection.
Sustained. I instruct you to totally disregard the last
Tough.
comments made by Mr. Bender.
And Zachary, just could you just tell this jury what John asked you to do?
Yes. Given his concerns, John asked me that if I believed his daughter was in grave danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcell for $5,000?
What did you say when he asked you that?
I was shocked and insulted by the request, and I gave him an immediate and unequivocal no.
So he offered you $5,000 if you would kill Christina Parcell, and you said no.
That's correct.
At some point, did he revisit that subject?
Yes.
Did he make you another offer?
Yes, he did.
How long after the first offer did he make the second offer?
I'm not certain, but I would say maybe 2 or 3 weeks later.
Tell this jury about that.
He was becoming increasingly more worried and distressed about the safety of his daughter. I was as well. The more I learned about this situation and everything, and a lot more than what I've told you, I was also.
Sustained.
What was the second offer?
The second offer, he asked me again, if I became convinced that his daughter was in danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcell for $10,000?
What did you, or how did you respond to that offer?
I told him, John, there's no amount of money that would ever tempt me to do something like this. And I told him I was insulted that he even thought that would be something I would consider. So I told him I would never do something like this for money. I told him the only way I would ever consider taking action like this is if I was absolutely convinced that his daughter was not only in danger, but that the only way to rescue her from that danger would be to take Christina Parcell's life.
What?
Let's talk about what else is going on in your life in May of 2021. Tell this jury what you're doing with the music project with Tom Strange, how that's going.
We've been at the project recording sonatas in a museum, like I talked about, for about 5 months. This, of course, I was doing in conjunction with all the help I was trying to provide John and Aida. So the music project on its own would have been incredibly stressful. And with everything else, I was just approaching burnout. Honestly, I was having a really hard time meeting my deadlines. And I was worried that the quality of the work I was doing was going to be going down. And I was just at the point where I needed a vacation, honestly.
And we're going to get to that in just a second. Tell the jury about your compensation as it relates to the music project with Tom Strange.
It was just an arrangement of a flat fee for all 32 sonatas. I was going to receive $5,000.
And if you broke that down on an hourly basis, how much were you getting paid per hour for that project?
Probably less than $1, but it was a labor of love.
During this time, were you also doing other things to try to make money to support yourself, or was it?
Yes, I was giving some outdoor concerts on the Wind's lawn, and these were donation-based, so people were supporting me financially in that regard.
You talked about needing a vacation at the end of May. Describe a little bit more to the jury the fatigue and why you believed at the end of May that a break would do you some good.
Well, I needed a break. My nature is usually to just try to push through stuff like that. I can push myself too far. So I was not necessarily seeking out a break or a vacation, but I was definitely at the point where I needed one for the sake of my work, for the sake of my health.
Did you get that break?
Yes, I did.
Describe for the jury how that came about.
Like I said, John and I were communicating pretty much every day at this point. Much of it, if not most of it, about Aida. But I was also mentioning to him what I was doing, certainly times when he needed me to do something and I would have to say, I can't, I'm practicing, I'm recording something like this. So he told me, I think he said, like in the rock and roll business, we say you have a monkey on your back, like the project is starting to own you and you just need to step away from it. You're too close to it and you've been in it for too long. So he suggested that I come and visit him in Italy.
Did you take him up on that suggestion?
Yes, I did.
Initially, what was your reaction to that offer?
Initially, I didn't want to. Like I said, it's my nature to just kind of push through things. But with some more time, I realized that some time off from the piano would probably do me good.
So when did you go to Italy to visit John?
I think in either the very last days of May or first days of June, 2021.
Who paid for your travel?
I did.
When you arrived in Italy, where did you stay?
I stayed at John Mel's apartment.
How long were you there?
Between 3 and 4 weeks.
Do you remember where in Italy you were?
Yes, it was a town called Rovigo. It's not too far from Venice.
When you were visiting in Italy, where was Aida Mello?
She was in Greenville with her mother.
Even though Aida was not in Italy, while you were in Italy, did you have an opportunity to see Aida?
Yes, I did.
Describe for the jury what that opportunity was.
John had video visits ordered by the guardian ad litem, who you've seen before, Vanessa Cornwell, to have video visits twice a week with Aida. So he, even with the time difference, was always setting timers and alarms and making me set timers and alarms to make sure he wouldn't be late for these visits. Like he lived for these visits every week. So often it might be 11 p.m. or midnight in Italy, but that was when Aida was free. So that's when they'd have their visit. And I would often be within earshot to where I could hear the conversation. Often I would be able to observe the screen of his phone or computer so I could see Aida's face, her disposition. And on one occasion I said hi to her.
What did you notice about her, or what did you conclude about her while you were watching Aida during the visitations?
So John had been telling me for weeks, Zach, Christina's killing my little girl. Like I can see the spark dying in her eyes. And again, when I first heard that, I thought, aren't you being a little dramatic? Like I hadn't seen her, but it just seemed a bit much. When I saw her in these visits, I didn't feel that way anymore. She was not the same little girl that I had known in Greenville when I first met them. She had put on a great deal of weight, probably about 20 pounds, which is roughly a quarter of her body weight. For an 8-year-old girl, that's a lot in a short period of time, but it was much more than that. It was her demeanor. Her spirit was just, she was morose. She was depressed. Like that spunky, precocious, lively little girl that I had met was just not present there. It was a complete change in character. And I mean, John would ask her how she was doing, and she would always try to give a good response. Like she would try to smile and say, I'm fine, Daddy, and try to put on a good face. But it was clear that she was doing that because she didn't want to worry her dad. She didn't want him to realize how poorly she was doing. And it just reminded me so much of myself when I was a little older than she was, with what I've previously described with Grace. It's this, you internalize things. Like she's a strong person. And she was trying to be stronger than she was probably ready to be at that age. And despite the stoic, strong exterior she was trying to put on, I could just see that she was being tortured. Like she was drowning. And him saying that the spark was dying in her eyes was absolutely accurate. I could see it. I could hear it in her voice. I could tell it in her demeanor.
So when you came, when did you leave Italy to return to Greenville County?
At the end of June 2021.
when you returned to Greenville in June of 2021, based on everything that you knew and had been made aware of, and I want to start in June. What, if anything, in June of 2021 did you do to act on what you knew?
I had described the mailers that I had put together before, and the state has talked about them a lot. All of these mailers contained information that I believe had been put out publicly and by Christina Parcel's free will. So this was all information that had been available publicly and that, to the best of my knowledge, was true. And I began to send these mailers to Christina Parcel and her boyfriend and people in the neighborhood for a threefold purpose. I wanted parents around that neighborhood to know that their children were not safe around her or around Brad Post. I wanted different people associated with this, such as the guardian ad litem, the police, to have access to this information so that they would have all the evidence that I was looking at that clearly demonstrated that Christina Parcel was a danger to children and her own daughter. And I also wanted there to be social pressure on Christina Parcel, because something, again, about people like Grace and Christina Parcel is the facade that they erect around themselves and the image that they put forward to the world is so important to them. They're narcissists. And it is a facade. It's completely untrue. But I was hoping that it wouldn't be worth it to her for other people to see her for what she was, in exchange for her trying to fight to have her daughter.
You sent multiple mailers beginning in June and going into July of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Did those mailers and the effect those mailers had do anything to alleviate your concerns?
No, they didn't. If anything, Christina Parcel and Brad Post just dug their heels in deeper.
After the mailers were sent, do you know whether or not they had any effect on? I want to talk about after the mailers were sent. Did you learn of a video call or about a video call that John, who was in Italy, had with Aida, who was in Greenville?
Yes.
What did you learn about that video call?
Shortly after these mailers would have arrived, John described a call to me where he said Christina was, at the end of the call, she took the phone and turned it towards her face, which she usually did not do. And he said she was more angry than I've ever seen her. And he would often talk about how you would never see her angry, like she was very good at controlling her emotions and not showing if you had made her angry. And she took the phone and didn't say anything, but just slid her finger across her throat as if that she was threatening that she was going to have him killed for what she believed he was doing.
After the mailer, or the last mailer, did John share with you any information he had received via email?
Yes, he didn't describe it. He sent it to me, an email he had received from someone he knew in the biker community, motorcycles. And Brad Post was also involved in the biker community, or at least tried to be. And this email was from this acquaintance of John, telling John that Brad Post had been going around essentially asking for someone to, quote, put the hurt on John Mello, and that he was offering a lot of money to make this happen.
Because we're on a quick break there, again, I'll do it a second time for our lovely Tracy. Pembley Happy City, Pembley Happy City, Pembley Happy City, Tracy, who you love more than Dana. Pembley Happy City, hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray. Also, happy birthday, Erica Walsh, Bob Silver, and little Dina Power Rocket.
I'm going to sustain you.
Zach, we talked about the fact that you testified that you sent the mailers, you'd explain why. I want to talk about something else you did for the purpose of acting on a concern.
Information that I believe
Is you got an affidavit that you completed for the purpose or in connection with the pending family court litigation between John Mello and Christina Marcel?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, this is defense counsel version. This is already in evidence. This they put that in. Zach, let's talk about this affidavit.
Is that the one from September?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. Zach, why did you draft this affidavit?
I was extremely concerned about the danger that Aida was in, and I wanted to try to provide the family court with information about my opinion and my observations about her that would hopefully.
Fuck, hang on. I did a boo-boo. Hang on. I was going to say a high loner, and I smashed it. Hang on. Oh, Eric Hack's fault. Hang on, everybody. Bear with me. Let me get it back. Oh, what an idiot. What an idiot I am. I was going to say hi, and also I pressed something wrong. Oh, my days. Right, here we go. Thank you, Lona. Please like the like. Please like the like button. Please hit the like button.
Cause them to return Aida to John so that she would no longer be in danger.
Did this affidavit, to whom did you send this affidavit?
Cheese and rice.
I had it
Cheese and rice.
notarized, and then I think I scanned it and probably emailed it to John or left it with his family court attorney, Samantha Larkins, at the time.
Let's see. Was, I believe, September the 21st of 2021, is that correct?
I don't remember the date other than it being in September.
I'll show it to you.
Yes.
Act on your concerns, right?
Yes.
And did you take that step at the end of September or beginning of October?
Yes, I made a phone call to Child Protective Services, and I told them that I was a neighbor. So I told them that I had seen Aida being verbally and physically abused by her mother. And again, I made that up. That's not true. But I said it because I wanted to give Aida an opportunity to have FaceTime in person with an agent from DSS away from her mother, where she could tell them that her mother was sexually abusing her.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Oh! Oh!
Zach, let me ask this. You talked about Child Protective Services. Is that in South Carolina, is that called DSS?
I think they may be part of the same entity. I'm not sure.
And so did they do anything to alleviate your concerns?
No,
Did that surprise you at all?
no.
In fact, you testified earlier about Virginia and Grace. Did you and your family have interaction with the DSS in Virginia
Yes, we did.
over Grace?
Yes, when I discovered the journal I had mentioned before about Grace's plans to murder my family, we called DSS and asked for her to be taken out of the home. And they did this. And after a few weeks of hearing Grace's stories and lies, they took her side. They failed to recognize what they were dealing with her. And they tried to have my parents put in jail and the rest of me and my siblings put in foster care. And we eventually had to sue them. And it was about a 2-year-long court battle. And that left an indelible impression on me, just as to how even experts can be wrong sometimes. And when they are wrong, it's so dangerous because everyone believes them because they're the experts. But sometimes you know what you know, and you know it's true. And even if an expert might think differently, it doesn't mean they're right. And DSS did a lot of damage to my family in those 2 years.
So ultimately, Grace was removed from your family. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your other Russian siblings were not, were they?
No.
And in fact, Faith, one of your Russian siblings, has been in the courtroom all week. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you testified to this jury about the information you received from John Mello about his concerns. You testified to the jury about the documents you consulted about those concerns. You testified to the jury what you came to believe. You testified to the jury about the mailers you sent, about the affidavit you submitted, and now about the call to DSS. After you had done all these things to act on your concerns, and nothing had been done, tell this jury in early October of 2021, what's going on in your mind? What are you thinking?
I was still in the middle of this music project, so I had a lot on my plate there just professionally, and of course I was continuing and even increasing my support to help John save his daughter, Aida. And since June, when I had returned, I had been absolutely convinced that Christina Parcell was sexually abusing her daughter.
Let's go. I mean, take the
Another time, the state, they go nuts. State, they're going nuts. Right. Fucking hell. One way of getting it in, I suppose. Right, hang on. Let me show you this. So, because of this testimony, hello, Sasmas, this happened. So, Mello got arrested last night because of Zachary's testimony. So, let me play that, his bond hearing yesterday. So,
I see you. I'm just curious.
So this is the Mello, the father of the girl. So yeah, he was arrested yesterday afternoon in South Carolina, I believe it was, and brought into custody. I had no idea where the daughter. I imagine the daughter's with her sister now. So.
Okay, I just never heard of you before, so that's I'm taking notes for my brain. All right, here we go.
The sister. Okay, Gravel, thank you.
All right, are you Mr. Mello?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mello, I'm Judge O'Brien. I'm going to read you your rights. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right and obligation to be present at your trial. If you fail to show up for your trial, they'll place failure to appear charges against you, and you could face an additional 1 to 5 years in jail. You have the right to a trial by jury. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one can be provided for you through the public defender's office. If the charges that are placed on you are discharged, dismissed, not prosecuted, or if you're found not guilty, you have the right to have your record expunged or wiped clean from these charges. Now, you're being charged with a criminal offense, and if you were found guilty, you are facing serious consequences, which may include the payment of a fine, the loss of your driver's license, and the possibility of a jail sentence. In addition, you may face increased penalties for later convictions, the loss of your right to possess firearms or ammunition, and your immigration status could be affected. You have important constitutional rights, including the right to representation by an attorney, but you may lose those rights or waive them if you do not act to protect those rights. You have the right to hire an attorney to represent you in every case. If you cannot afford an attorney, you may be eligible for a free attorney. If you want a determination made as to whether you are qualified for a free lawyer, then it is your obligation to be screened at the location identified in paragraph 5C of the bond checklist form that I'm going to give you today. If you do not hire an attorney or go to be screened, then you may be found to have waived your right to an attorney at your trial. You also have the right to represent yourself. However, you should be aware that self-representation can be dangerous. For example, there may be certain factual or legal defenses to your charge that you were not aware of, or legal issues related to the conduct of your trial or guilty plea that an attorney would know how to preserve for an appeal. If you exercise your right to proceed without a lawyer, then you are responsible for complying with all applicable rules of court, including rules of evidence, procedural rules, and proper behavior before the judge and jury. If convicted on the charges filed against you and ordered to pay a fine, you may request a reasonable scheduled payment plan to pay that fine. It is your obligation to keep up with your trial date and to obtain an attorney, either by hiring one or by being screened and found eligible for a court-appointed attorney prior to your trial date. If you do not appear at your trial with your attorney, you may be deemed to have waived your right to have an attorney represent you. And finally, you are required to keep the court notified of any changes of your address until the completion of your case. Do you understand so far, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Mello, you're being charged with solicitation to commit a felony and accessory before the fact of murder. These are both general sessions charges, which means you have an additional right. You have the right of a preliminary hearing. The preliminary hearing is an evidence hearing where the state has to show that they have the evidence to take you to court. If you want that hearing, take the form I'm going to give you and fill it out. You can mail it or take it to the address on the form, or you can fill it out tonight and give it back to me. But you only have a total of 10 days to get that form turned in. Otherwise, you lose your right to that hearing. Now, accessory before the fact to a felony is a violent crime in South Carolina. Based on the nature of these charges and the situation involved in these cases, this case, I am going to no bond you, and I'm going to send you to the circuit court for a bond hearing. Your next court date will be sometime in the next 30 days. I can't tell you it could be 3 days from now or 30 days from now, because that'll have to be scheduled by the solicitor's office. But at that point in time, it'll be up to them to decide as to whether to grant you a bond or to keep you in jail until your court date. Do you have any questions?
I don't think so, thank you.
All right, sir, sit tight right there. I've got some papers for you to sign. The courtroom, please go ahead.
1,224 days for this. I wish I would have felt really good, John, but it's not to feel good yet. I've been every day of this college. One witness to what you all have done. Every day was fun. Every day I was fun. My family, with your family. You did this to your family. Your child has to know that you did this to her family. I don't know where I would be in this college, but I assure you, if I am at all capable, I will be there every day. When you are convicted, I will be there at every parole hearing. Everyone. You will never get rid of me. And that is your own fault. did this to yourself. So I have your own. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell. I appreciate you coming. Mr. Miller, do you have any questions before we end this?
No.
All right, sir, you're free to go with the officer.
Yeah, I didn't like the sister myself on the stand either. Anyway, look, I don't even know. I don't see what happens to Zach. I mean, Zach's going to be convicted, I believe, but I don't know the full extent of her involvement in child molestation and stuff like that. So we've heard about it. So Robin G says hello to you, Katie. Right, let's get this. Oh, you can't see each other, can you? I think all the families a little bit sus. All right, let's put the other one back up then. So that was news. He was arrested yesterday, and yesterday afternoon, mid testimony. So let's go here. Look, this is what I'm saying. I there's something suspicious about her as well. I'm not giving them any outs. Obviously, I'm not, giving anyone a pass for murder and stuff. But it's, I don't know.
Our gatekeeping role rests solely with me. The jury sit as the judge of the facts, and part of my role is to make determinations about what evidence can and cannot be admitted and presented to you, the jury. The gatekeeping role rests solely with me, the judge on the law, and I want to instruct you that you're not to consider any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard. Furthermore, you should not even mention or discuss any testimony that I've instructed you to disregard, and I instruct you not to discuss any topics that have been ruled improper when you go to do your deliberation room, okay? All right, please continue, Mr. Mormon.
Well, incorporates. Zach, before we broke for lunch, we were in the time period of end of September, beginning of October of 2021. Remember that?
Yes.
And Zach, you testified before lunch about 2 offers John had made you to kill Christina Parcell. Do you remember that?
I remember.
And do you remember after the second offer telling John something to the effect of, you would never do that for money. You would only do that if you believed it was necessary to rescue Aida.
And if I believed there was no other way.
At the end of September, beginning of October 2021, did you conclude that you had to rescue Aida and there was no other way?
Yes, I did.
Let's talk about what's happening in your life in the beginning of October 2021. And specifically, I want to talk about the status of the music project you have been engaged with Tom Strange and the Seagull Museum. I also want to talk about other employment opportunities. So tell the jury what was going on in your life on that front at the beginning of October.
At the beginning of October, I was just coming off finishing the project at the museum. We finished in September at some point. And as I mentioned before, my birthday is October 2nd. So I had arranged to play a private home recital at the Wynn's home, where I would play the last 3 piano sonatas of Beethoven on my birthday. So these are very, very difficult pieces of music, and some of the greatest pieces of music ever written. So I was very preoccupied trying to give my best to these pieces. And shortly after that, a friend of mine reached out who had done some work performing on cruise ships. There's an organization called Lincoln Center Stage that recruits conservatory trained musicians to form either a piano quartet or a piano quintet to play classical concerts on cruise ships. And they had a pianist drop out at the last minute, and long story short, I interviewed for this job and got this job, I think on October 12th, but it was about that time, maybe a little earlier.
Where were the winds on October 12th and 13th?
They were in Europe.
And ultimately, did you take Christina Parcells' life on October the 13th?
Yes, because I believed it was absolutely necessary to save Aida, and I was right.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask you to disregard the testimony that you just heard.
I want to talk about the timing. You've alluded to it a little bit, but I want to be more specific. October the 13th, describe for the jury why you felt that was the time, why you would even, or why it was necessary to do it on October the 13th, specifically, or in this period of time.
I had been wrestling with this since June. As I previously stated, since the end of June, I believed Aida was in complete and grave danger every moment of her life that she was living with her mother. And the other things that I had tried to do to save her from that were not working. So I was having this incredible wrestling match within myself for these months, feeling that I needed to do something to save her, and yet feeling this incredible reluctance to do the one thing that I knew would save her because of how terrible I knew it would be to do it, even though I believed it would be right. So by the time October 13th rolled around, I had been grappling with this for a long time, and I was experiencing a tremendous amount of guilt that I had waited as long as I did, because I should have acted sooner, and I didn't do that. So I had come to the realization that I had gotten this offer to go on this cruise ship, and I would have been leaving the country for a long time. Essentially, it was now or never. I had an opportunity to save her from a danger that I knew she was in, and that I knew was not going to cease. And I just couldn't go on with my life and leave her to drown. I mean, I had a great life. I had everything. I made money doing what I loved. I was going to be going to the South Pacific to play concerts for rich people on cruise ships. I mean, but how could I go and enjoy that and know that I was leaving a kid to her fate, a kid who thought that I was her friend? I would never have been able to look at myself in the mirror again if I had done that. So specific to October 13th, I believed that there would be a period of time at the house when Christina Parcells would be alone. And I wanted to make sure that absolutely no one was there. Not Aida, not Lutina, not Brad Post. Because again, this was not about revenge or retribution or anything. I wasn't angry. The only thing I was feeling that day was pity. And I wanted to make sure that no bystander or no one else would be involved in this, which could have happened if someone else was there.
Let's talk about that. So once you concluded, believed absolutely this was what you had to do, did you go about planning?
Yes, I planned very carefully to make sure, one, like I said, that no one else would be involved in this. And two, I knew that if I tried to do this and failed, it would only be worse for Aida.
And consistent with the court's instructions, why did you believe it'd be worse for Aida?
Because I believed that if I was discovered doing this, it would connect me to John Mello. And I believed, and I still believe, that he's a great father and he is Aida's best shot at having a happy and safe childhood.
Let's talk about the planning. Did you get a gun?
Yes.
At the time, were you also carrying your own firearm?
Yes, I had a concealed weapons permit at the time, so I generally would always be carrying a 9mm concealed weapon on my person for personal protection.
Did you get another firearm for this?
Yes, I did.
What type of firearm did you get?
It was a .22 caliber revolver
Where did you get it?
at a gun show.
Where was the gun show?
It was here in Greenville.
How long before October 13th did you get the 22?
Maybe a month or month and a half earlier.
Did you also get a knife?
Yes, I did.
Where did you get the knife?
At the gun show.
At about the same time?
It was the same day.
Let's talk about what else, what other planning you did. Did you obtain gloves?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember where you got the gloves?
No, I don't.
Did you obtain any chemicals?
Yes, I bought some paint thinner because, again, I didn't want to be connected to this because I wanted to make sure this would actually do something to save Aida. So in case a glove had broken or I had left a fingerprint or something, I wanted to be able to clean it with the paint thinner.
Zach, let's talk about your bike and what you did to become familiar with the area of Canebrake leading up to October the 13th.
I had looked at a route I would be able to take from the mountain house that I was staying at on back roads to avoid traffic cameras. So maybe a few days beforehand, I looked at Google Maps and I figured out how this route would lead.
Let's talk about October the 12th. Did you originally plan to do this on October the 12th?
Yes.
Zach, consistent with court's instructions, describe to the jury why you didn't do it on October the 12th.
I woke up that day and I just felt such reluctance, and something in my gut told me it wasn't the right day. And I waited one more day.
Let's go to October the 13th. You testified earlier that you wanted to plan it in part to prevent or minimize danger to others. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Did you have information about where people would be on October the 13th?
To a degree, yes.
How did you get that information?
From John Miller.
What did he tell you?
He told me when Aida would be at school, and he told me that he believed Christina had a job interview at some point that morning.
So let's talk about that morning. The evening of October the 12th, where did you spend the night?
At the mountain house.
You woke up on the morning of October 13th and you left the mountain house, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember approximately when you left the mountain house?
It was much later than I meant to. I think it was about 8 or 8:15 in the morning.
When you left the mountain house, in which vehicle did you leave?
In my Ford Ranger.
What was in the back of the Ford Ranger?
My bike.
That bike right there?
Yes.
And just for the clarity of the record, this is a state's exhibit. I don't have the number that was in the booth. What else did you put in your pickup truck in addition to the bike?
I brought the gloves and I put this in a backpack. I brought the paint thinner and the gun I described, the .22. I brought a knife, and I brought a box that was made to look like a gift wrapped box, and a bunch of roses that I had bought the day before.
Talk about the roses in a minute. When you left the mountain house, where did you go?
I drove to a road that runs parallel, very close to Canebrake.
When you got to that location, well, before we go further, describe for this jury the ride in your truck from the mountain house to this location, what you were thinking, what you were feeling, what was going through your mind.
Like I said, I had wrestled with this for months. I had come to the point where rationally I knew that the only way Aida was going to be saved from what she was enduring was for me to take this route. I knew that. But there's another element, a human element, which is just so reluctant and revulsed by the idea of taking a human life. So I had prayed a great deal about this. I had prayed like I'd never prayed before, because even knowing that logically this was the right thing to do, it didn't satisfy that emotional and human aspect where I felt that I needed permission to do this. And I was so terrified that somehow I might be doing the wrong thing. Like I knew that it was right logically, but there's the emotional aspect was just reeling against this idea. And more so because she was a woman. I was raised to always protect my sisters and mother, and I opened doors for women growing up. So this idea was just repugnant to me, even though I believed it was necessary to save a child. So on that morning, I had prayed earlier, a few days earlier, and I had felt that this was the right thing to do, no matter how terrible and difficult it was going to be. So like I said, I didn't feel anger. I felt pity because I realized that this was just the only way to save a child. And it felt like a foregone conclusion because I knew that I had a duty to do this to save a child. So physically driving my truck there, I was experiencing a level of anxiety and physical illness that I had just never experienced due to stress before. My hands were shaking. I was in a cold sweat, and I was fighting the urge to vomit before I even got close there. A few times I thought I was going to have to pull off to the side of the road because I could hardly keep my truck straight. My hands were shaking so badly. But the whole time I was just thinking, if I don't do this, if I turn back, then I'm consigning Aida to her fate when I know that I could have done something to stop what was happening. So I just tried to take my mind off of it, and I tried to just go and drive a little bit farther and a little bit farther and not think about what I was going to have to do when I got there. And when I finally got to the point where I parked my truck, this feeling only increased. I knew the plan, but I was having so much difficulty going through with it. So I took my bike out of the truck, and I had a mask on and clothing that's been described already. And I just tried to focus on putting one foot in front of the other on my bike. And it felt like some runs or rucks I had been on where all I could do was focus on putting one foot in front of the other because it was so difficult to keep going. And I just kept seeing Aida's face and reminding myself that if I don't do this, no one's going to come to save her. And I kept pedaling, and eventually I arrived in front of 122 Canebrake.
We're going to talk about what happened when we got to 122 Canebrake in just a second. You described having a gun and not having a knife. Initially, were you going to use the gun?
Yes.
Did you ultimately decide to use the gun?
No.
Why not?
I was very concerned about using a gun because of how loud it would be. And I didn't want to alert a neighbor or a bystander who might come to investigate and get involved. So I tried to suppress the gun by making a makeshift suppressor. And in movies, these things are made out to be like it's very easy, and a suppressed gun is just very silent, and that's not the case. So ultimately, I test fired the gun, and I had bought some subsonic ammunition, which is supposed to be quieter, but I didn't realize that on a revolver, a suppressor doesn't work because the end of the cylinder is open. And I realized just a day or two beforehand that I couldn't use a gun because it could potentially involve someone else in this if someone heard a gunshot and came to investigate.
If you had a choice, would you have rather used a gun?
I would have rather not to have had to have done it at all, but if I had to, yes, I would have chosen a gun.
Why is that?
Because it would have been quicker and more humane.
All right, let's talk about, you arrive at the house, 122 Camry. Do you remember about what time you arrived there?
I think it was a little after 9 in the morning.
And you arrived there on your bike.
Yes.
And you testified about this a little bit, but tell the jury what you're wearing.
I had on black pants and a black thermal and a gray shirt over that. I had on a black beanie and a white medical mask, and I had on black gloves and a black backpack.
Do you remember how many vehicles were parked in the driveway when you got there?
One.
When you arrived at the house and you got off your bike, what did you do?
I laid my bike down in the driveway, and I took my backpack off, and I took out the box that had been gift wrapped that had an end open, and I put the .22 revolver in that box. And I put the backpack back on my back, and I took a bunch of roses, and I walked up to the door and I rang the doorbell. And I was shaking and freaking out at this point because there was nowhere I wanted to be less than at that house on that morning. And when I rang the doorbell, the door opened and a woman came to the front. And I thought it was Christina Parcell, but I wanted to make sure. And I also wanted to make sure that no one else was home. So I told her that while I was holding the box and the roses, that I had a delivery for Lutina Parcell, her sister. And she told me that Lutina wasn't home. So at this point, I realized that Christina was at the house alone. And I handed her the roses. And I took the revolver out of the box and I pointed it at her. And I told her to be quiet and to go back into the house, which she did. And I followed her into the house and I shut the door. And I was experiencing such anxiety that my body wasn't really doing what I was telling it to do anymore. Like when I realized that I couldn't use the gun, which was unloaded at this point, my plan had been to try to knock her unconscious because I didn't want to cause her or anyone any pain. That wasn't my intention. I just wanted to save Aida and to make sure that no one else who was a bystander would be involved in this or could be endangered in any way. So I tried, while she was holding the roses, to strike her on the head and knock her unconscious. But my body was fighting me because even though I knew who she was and what she was doing and the danger that was putting Aida in, I was still looking at her and I was seeing a sympathetic figure. I was seeing a woman, and I had always been taught never to hurt a woman, to always protect women and children. So when I went to strike her with the gun, my hand didn't really do what I was trying to tell it to. I essentially pulled my strike. It felt like a time I had been cliff jumping with friends. I have a big fear of heights, and there was a 30-foot face that you could jump off and jump into a deep pool of water. And when I would run up to the edge, I would try to get a running start and jump off the edge, and I just couldn't. Like, my body would stop me against my will. And I had to try to do this 10 or 15 or 20 times before I could actually get myself to go over the edge. So when I struck her on the head with the pistol, that's what happened. It didn't knock her unconscious, and I hardly struck her at all, to be honest. So I tried again, and the same thing happened. I just couldn't bring myself to strike her. And at this point, she realized that I was hesitating, and she began to try to move herself and to get away and fight back. And during this period of time, the roses had dropped and the petals and stems had scattered. And as I was hesitating, I realized that the situation was quickly getting out of control. And if I didn't pull myself together and act soon, this was all going to end up terribly for Aida, because what was happening to her would never be uncovered.
You heard testimony that at this time, Christina weighed 163 pounds. How much did you weigh on October the 13th?
160.
Go ahead.
So I realized that I was going to have to somehow force myself to do this at any cost. So I pulled out the knife I was wearing. And even though I knew I wasn't going to be able to strike her with any amount of force, I still tried. So I started striking her, though my strikes were pulled. And I think the knife made contact with her, but it wasn't stopping her, and it wasn't inflicting anything that could be a fatal blow. And she started to fight back. She realized I was hesitating, and it became a struggle. And in this struggle, all I could do was try to overcome this resistance I had towards doing this thing. Even though I knew it was right, I still had this physical and emotional resistance to doing it. So I just kept striking her until finally we fell on the floor. And at this point, I had just tried to take my mind out of it and just try to get through this and finish it as quickly as possible, because I realized that it was only becoming prolonged, and I had to do this in order to save Aida. So I don't remember how many times I struck her. I just remember that when it finished, we were on the ground, and I stopped striking her when she stopped struggling. And at this point, I stood up, and I was still freaking out, and I was in kind of a daze. And I was just trying to pull myself together and figure out what I needed to do to leave the house. And again, I wanted to make sure that I didn't leave anything behind that would connect me to it, because then I believe John would be connected to it, and it would only further put Aida in danger, because I didn't know if Christina Parcell was the only person involved in what was happening to Aida. And she wasn't. So I quickly looked around to make sure I hadn't left a mask or a glove, and I started to pick up the rose petals and realized that I just didn't have time to do that. Again, I was concerned that a neighbor might have heard the commotion and that a neighbor might come by to investigate, and I didn't want that. So I drew the blinds and I moved her body away from the door, which had windows, because I didn't want someone to come to the door and see her. And I put my things back in the backpack, and I looked in a mirror before I left to make sure everything was in order, and I saw that she had scratched my face in the struggle. And of course, I realized that this could leave DNA. So I used the paint thinner to try to clean her hands. And then I changed my mask, and I took off my outer shirt because there was blood on it, and I put it in the backpack. And at this point, I was really worried that someone, that Lutina might come back to the house, or Brad Post might come to the house, or a neighbor might come over. So I was trying to leave the house as quickly as possible. And before I left, when I realized that I had probably left my DNA there, despite my effort not to. I prayed again and just said that I believe that what I've done is the right thing, and I believe that I did it for the right reason. But if it's your will that I be connected to this, then I will turn myself in and I will own up to what I've done, and I'll take responsibility for it because I believed that it was the right thing. And then I left. I exited out through the door and I got back on my bike and I pedaled my bike back to the truck and I drove back to the mountain house, and I was still completely freaking out and it felt entirely surreal. But there is a big difference in how I felt in that as soon as I left the house, I felt the most enormous wave of relief wash over me because I knew from that moment on, Aida would be safe. Aida would be safe from the sexual abuse that her mother was perpetrating on her. And there is proof to that the state is hiding from you.
Your Honor, instruct him to be quiet.
Okay, you need to stop talking. The jury.
Oh my days. He didn't just say that, did he? Oh my days. The state are hiding evidence from you. Oh my days. The fuck? So I did not know this. So he, oh shit, I'm down here somewhere. So he didn't know, there was no proof that she was a pedo before the stabby stab. It was proven 10 days afterwards that it was right. So he had, I didn't know that, Erin, so thank you for sharing that. So they assumed that she was, because obviously the child had told them. Aida had said they believed Aida, but the authorities didn't find anything and didn't believe their story. But 10 days later, they found that the accusations were actually true, and she was she's a PE doe and did things with animals as well, didn't she? Okay, is this going to be okay? So we didn't know if Aida said it. Okay, look, there's no justification for murder, as I say, but at the same time, I'm not going to cry over her death if she's a paedophile. Do you know what I mean? And doing that to her daughter and stuff like that, I'm not going to cry over it. He's going to see jail. He will be found guilty, but because he's, I'm not going to cry over her death if she is one of those. Do you know what I mean? Good riddance to it. But at the same time, it's like we can't take everything to our own hands. Can't take everything to our own hands, But then again, how do you trust the process if they investigated and found nothing, when afterwards there's like, what was it, 1,500 items, videos of child pornography? So, there's something wrong with the authorities. They need to be fucking looked at as well. It could be, yeah. I don't know what the charges are, people. If I'm being honest, I don't know what the charges are. After I finish this bit now, we're gonna go to the live one because I'm invested now. I don't know what the charges even are in this one. So yeah, it's I'm a little bit torn. Oh shit. I'm a little bit torn. Like as I say, I don't think you should murder anybody. I think you should, but it's like I'm not going to lose any fucking sleep over her. Right, let's get this. Oh, there you go. Happy days, Katie. Happy days. We'll watch live. So I think they investigated, Zach. They investigated, but they didn't. They didn't investigate that thoroughly, you know. So, cheese and rice. Jeez. So basically, he just told the jury that the state were hiding evidence. Hiding evidence. Like I'm not, but by no means am I justifying him whatsoever. He, you know, he's gonna get prison. Deservedly so. You can't go around killing people. But as I say, I've got no sympathy for the victim being a paedophile. So, so yeah, you know, he will get jailed, deservedly so. Whether that's reduced slightly forever, right. And then go up here. I agree. I agree with that. She may be in person, however, the laws. I totally agree. No, I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. But as I say, I've got no sympathy for her in this situation. Right. No, I agree. They're not getting full facts. Her fiance is in jail without bond with 9 charges, including CSAM and burglary. If he would have even tried before this, then that info would have come in. I think he carried on. Let's have a look here.
Thank you all for your patience as we go about this trial. I want to instruct you to disregard the last comments that you heard. I also want to just remind you, as I've stated from the outset of this trial, that I'm the sole judge of the law in this case, and while you, the jury, sit as the sole judge of the facts, and part of my role is to make determinations about what evidence can and cannot be admitted and presented to you, the jury, and that gatekeeping role rests solely with me, the judge on the law. And I want to instruct you that you're not to consider any testimony that I've instructed you to disregard, and furthermore, you should not even mention or discuss any testimony that I've instructed you to disregard. And I instruct you not to discuss any topics that have been ruled improper when you deliberate. Thank you.
So I don't think he can. I read something on Twitter. I don't know how reliable it is. I can't because the state can't call a mistrial. Apparently, I don't know how that works though. Can the judge call a mistrial? I don't think he can. Yeah, I don't think the state can call a mistrial because it's not going there. I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of talk about this. The state does not want a mistrial. They do not want Brad Post to be tried before Zach goes back to trial. Then it all comes in. That's true as well. See you later, Cynthia. Enjoy the ocean. Bye bye. Yeah, to a certain extent, Sasmas, to a certain extent. If the state does, then double jeopardy. Yeah, this is the argument because a lawyer said that on Twitter, but then everyone else, other lawyers came out and said, no, that's absolute bullshit. So I don't know what to believe on that. I don't know what to believe. Yes.
Zach, just got a few more questions. So after you left Cambridge, isn't it true that you rode your bike back to your truck, which was parked within the vicinity? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And then you drove your truck back to the mountain house. Isn't that true?
That's true.
After you got to the mountain house, isn't it true that you disposed of the gun and the knife in a nearby lake? Isn't that true?
Yes, that is true.
And isn't it true that the clothes you were wearing, that you burned those clothes in a fire pit at the mountain house? Isn't that true?
Yes.
I want to talk about towards the end of October, beginning of November. Isn't it true that at the very beginning of November 2021, you had obtained a plane ticket to fly overseas? Isn't that true?
Yes, that's true.
And you were going to go overseas departing from Detroit. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And while you were in Detroit, isn't it true that you received a phone call making you aware that there were warrants pending for your arrest?
That is true.
And after you were notified of the pending warrants, isn't it true that you rented a car, drove back in the middle of the night to Greenville, and ultimately turned yourself in? Isn't that true?
Yes, that is true.
1 second.
Today, and I'm going to ask that y'all. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the day.
Yeah, so he was sentenced to 6 months in jail for contempt. But like he's going to see that anyway, isn't he? So I think he's in jail right now. He's not on bond or anything. All right, let's do this and let's get to the live one. Let's get to the live trial. I know we said we'd zoom this, but we're too invested now. Do you know what I mean? We can't do zooms anymore. All right, let me get this up then. Ten minutes. Hello, Pottymouth. Heather Taylor. How are you? So yeah, this trial's got a lot of layers. I'm intrigued to hear what the final charges will be. Yeah. I never justify either. I get what you're saying, though. I do get what you're saying. When children are involved, it's the most. Oof. Clips of what clips are you looking for, Lazy Di? What clips are you looking for? Because I got a video to play later on. It's the recap from yesterday from court. Be charged with murder for alleged stabbing. Veterinary technician. Also, she was doing stuff with animals as well. She's a veterinary technician, and they've what do you call it? Bestiality. Jeepers. Curse word. We're going live in. I think, did they start on time? Let me have a look. Did they start on time? So he's on cross. Oh, they started 40 minutes ago. Oh, I'm not gonna spoil it, but fuck. Okay. So this trial is about a guy called Zachary Hughes, who is a musician, plays whatever. If you're on Twitter, don't spoil what's coming. We'll play it live as everyone else does it live. But then there's updates on Twitter, which I've just seen it, so I'm like, not this Zach, not Zach S6 UK, not this Zach, another Zachary Hughes. He's a pianist. That's the one. That's the word. Pianist. Piano. Sara P. So he's a pianist, and the lady who died, her ex-boyfriend, who was the father of So she has one child, and the father of that child is friends with Zachary. Zachary and the father of her child were suspecting that she was like doing sexual things to Aida, the daughter, and also other children. And from that, they went to the authorities. The authorities looked into it. The authorities said, no, they're not. It's all good. It's all gravy. That made Zachary mad. That made Mello offer him money to kill the woman. He turned it all down and did it for free, basically. Went over to the house, did a bit of stabby, killed her, and then off he went. 10 days later, they came in that day then, got rid of everything, all laptops and stuff like that. And then they saw that on Christina's laptop and her devices and her current boyfriend's devices, there was like 1,500 plus pictures and videos of indecent stuff with children and with animals and stuff like that. And the guy, Zachary, says he unalived this woman because of her abuse and sexual abuse towards her daughter. And that's where we're at. But none of that is allowed in. None of that's allowed in because the judge deemed that it wasn't allowed in. So that's why he keeps saying stuff like, you know, she was sexually abused, blah blah blah. He keeps dropping that in because he wants the jury to find out what was not in. Yeah, it's like, to be quite serious. Oh, Lord Dylan, by the way, I was hollering reading a tweet from you earlier. It would be great if we could get rid of you, insert McCall, but that I don't recall. Oh, that was Julie, Court TV woman. I don't like her at all. Dana's favorite person. So yeah, I think we're all in the same. Well, a lot of us are in the same boat. Don't justify murder, but sometimes, just sometimes, as Aaron Hack says, put me in a room with that person for like a couple of minutes, and see what happens. If it's your child, or you know, I don't know how I would react. But here we go. So yeah, we'll see what the charges are in a little bit on this one as well. Thank you, Heather, because I don't know what they can do. They're trying to justify it, obviously. They're trying their best to justify it, but even though, as I say, I don't give a fuck that she. I know that's wrong to say and stuff like that. You know, it's someone's life and stuff, but I don't give a. If you're a pedo, go fuck yourself, PDOs. So random question: if the father did it, would it be more acceptable because that is a daughter? I mean, society-wise, maybe. Julie Grant, that's the one, yeah. If the cops wouldn't help, why didn't he go to an advocate? So they went to the authorities, as in child thing. So basically, he had custody of her. She fought for custody, and she won. He fought for custody back, saying all these allegations. They did a review on it, like child protection, wherever, did a review on it all, and deemed that she would be better off with the mother than the father, because the father's accused her of doing all these things, and they said we didn't find any evidence of that. And then, as Erin said, 10 days afterwards, they found all these stuff that she actually did do. So the Child Protective Unit were wrong. PDF file, that's the one. Let's put it this way: if Seth found out someone was abusing Kendall like that, that man wouldn't draw another breath. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And I'm sure there's a lot, you all would. Do you know what I mean? she maybe, but she was leaning towards it. So basically, yeah, there was no result, but the woman on the stand said that she would have given it to. Her recommendation would have been to give it to the mother. Oh. Man. No, nothing for. They started about 14, 10 past, quarter past. They started, by the way. So just to give you an indication, so it'll be another 10 minutes or so before they actually start. I don't like the half an hour delay thing. I don't like it. Just play it live. Play it live. Oh. I got this walking thing, and my legs are sore now. No worries, Deb. Do your laundry. Do your best. So, let me see here. So I did say John Mello has his first appearance in court on April 25th. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a Friday. Okay. Right, I'm just impatient now. I hate this waiting game because I know what's coming up as well. So like, fucking get on with it. What else do we got? Any other questions? This is I'm glad we covered this case. I am glad we covered it, but I'd much prefer doing zooms. Taco. Keith. Yeah, I know this. So I was thinking the other day, right? Well, actually, this morning I was thinking. So I think what I'm going to do moving forward, except for Karen Reid, obviously, I'm going to do like a morning show for like 2 hours in the morning, most mornings, Monday to Friday, and then at 11, then I'll start the trial. So we'll start the trial on like a 2 hour delay, and then in the mornings we just chat shit. Or if I can't do the mornings, then I'll just do start at 11 and just do it that way. I just think we start trials now 2 hours later, so we can zoom and skip lunch and stuff like that. I much prefer it. Look at this waiting. I fucking hate the waiting. Obviously, I can't read trial. I'll be doing that live, you know, as in not gonna do that zoom. But apart from that, I think we do zooms from now on. You know, that's it, Tim. I think it's similar to that around the world, unfortunately. I just, we do cases involving children because we want to, keep their legacy alive, but it's hard sometimes, isn't it? Anything involving children is hard. Leslie, hello Leslie, you snuck in there. How are you, my darling? T12 facts. T12, Tom Brady. Tom Brady, 12. Yeah. The Tuesday, yes. Tuesday gonna be interesting because I still don't know what she was angry about. So not officially, anyway. Not officially. No worries, Leslie. Children abuse will get justice. Hopefully that her boyfriend does. Hopefully. Tim, whenever I see T12, I think TB12. So Tuesday. Oh, do you know what, Dina? I'm struggling, but Dina, I got this now. Hang on. Dina, I got this. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. I'm dropping everything. This, Dina, stepper. Oh, there's a plug here somewhere. Why does that plug come out? A plug came out from somewhere. I don't know where it came from. Oh, no. Oh, no. I've just tangled them now. Oh, sugar. Right, what is this? Oh, it's a desk. That's why it's a desk. Hang on then. Let me plug it back in. Right. So stepper meat slicer, that's the one, Erin. It's good. I just got to remember to put my phone in. So it's quite good. The steps have been going very well. I've done 8,784 so far today, but I've done about 1,200 of those a year. Doing the, Dana, you should get it, son, because for you at the desk, it's quite good. And the only thing is you need to put these on your chair because I keep going backwards. Because Brendan lied and said it was the feds, but it was the defence who gave him the information. And this came in all to do with Bo Dyron before our contestant. There's people now talking like there's nothing to do with that. It's to do with the appeal, the feds appeal, not feds appeal, the federal appeal, because she would have received news of it and was mad about it. That's what a lot of people think it is. So. Because if it's that, then Jackson can explain that easily. It's a nothing burger, you know. So I'm not sure why she'd be so mad about that. Here we go. Normally Erin Hack's fault. Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see, Zach. We'll see Tuesday. I don't know if it is that, to be quite honest with you. We shall see. Right, they've muted it, not me. They've muted it, not me, people. They've muted it, not me. Come on, unmute you. Oh, I can't zoom, bastards. Come on. Why are they not?
Then it states Exhibit 66 up there on the overhead. Mr. Hughes, when you dragged Christina Parcell across the floor of the front room where you killed her, did you drag her by her arm or by her ankle?
I don't remember for certain, but I think by the ankle.
That's all the questions I need to ask this, Your Honor. Any limited redirect?
No redirect.
That's it. That's all of cross. How did he drag her? That's it.
Any other witness? Defense going to call any other witnesses?
Your Honor,
And I am aware that you wanted to put additional property.
yes, not at this time.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to go back to your jury room, and I'm going to be taking up a few matters, hopefully very quickly.
The thing is, just don't cross him. Just don't. That is the most pathetic question ever. Don't cross him then. They don't need to cross him. Just don't cross him. Simple as that. That was just a complete waste of time. Not just that, because the jury are like, the jury been brought back in for one question. That is just pathetic. So they're going to do directed verdict now. They're going to discuss directed verdict. I hope that they show, well, they should show that. And then let's have a look. So directed verdict next. And then let's have a look. Oh, this is why juries get pissed off. Just trying to look here. Yeah, they don't know if there's going to be closing arguments today yet or not. They think maybe today. Hello, Toots. Hope you're doing well, Toots. Yeah, Charity's modding, I think, so. If they're 30 minutes ahead, why don't they zoom through this? Trust me. Why are we even 30 minutes ahead? I only know we've got directed verdict next because Twitter tells me. And they don't know if there's going to be closings today. This is why we don't do zooms, as in watch real trials. I hate this. I'm not a fan of this. And I know there's a directed verdict coming, so I'm not going to play anything else. Welcome back, Deb. So we'll only be able to see either closing or jury. So we will see directed verdict, and then we will see either today or tomorrow jury instructions and closing arguments. So, but we don't know if that's going to be today or tomorrow. Today or tomorrow. If I know for definite it's today, then yeah, you know, we hang around. But you know, if we don't know, it's do you know what? Fuck it. Let's pause this then, because I'm not standing about here. Let's do this instead then. Let's do crime. Oh yeah. Right. Let's do this. Shout out to Pretty Lies and Alibis. She's in court. No worries, Deb. Right, this is so I know what's here we go. So I'm going to show you the recap that she did from last night. Twisted. That one. And because this is 40 minutes, people. Boosted for Deb, boosted already. This is 40 minutes, this stream. It's a recap from yesterday. So what I'll do is play this, because I know what's happening on the other one. So directed verdict, and they're not doing anything at the minute. So once this is done, I'll go back and play the directed verdict, and then see from there. I mean, we're just going to be hanging around doing fuck all, so might as well play this. Directed verdict is when the defense get the opportunity to address the judge and say there's not sufficient evidence being put in to this trial, and we think that you should drop all charges against the defendant. And that's where 99.99% of the time the judge says, no, I do not agree with you. I think the state have provided enough evidence for this trial to go ahead, to closing arguments, and for us to go to the jury. So yeah, I think we all know that. Yeah, lazy die.
What you know, alibis. Welcome to another episode of Pretty Lies and Alibis. I'm Gigi. It is Wednesday, February 19th. Y'all, I have to say, this was the craziest day in court I have ever sat through, hands down. We are going to jump into it. But first, if you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to hit subscribe, like the video, share it with your friends, and you can click that little bell icon if you want notifications of when I post new content.
Please go and subscribe to her and like her video and stuff like that, because you know it's content creators like her being in court that we appreciate being able to get this kind of insight. And also it might stop it from striking me if I use her content. So thank you, everybody. Please go subscribe to her. There you go. Thank you, Erin Hack. There she is. Please sub to her. She's great. She's great anyway. So she's definitely worth a sub anyway.
Today, for example, lots of YouTube shorts because John Mello was arrested at 1:30 today in connection to Christina Parcells' murder, pretty much based on testimony Zachary Hughes gave today when he was on the stand. So let's jump into his testimony and the craziness that ensued throughout. He gets on the stand and tells that he is 32 years old, he's not married, and has 5 brothers and sisters, 1 biological sibling, and the rest were adopted. At one point, he had 6 siblings. He was born in California, and the family moved to Southwest Virginia when he was 11. He learned he had an aptitude for music when he was about 4 or 5 years old, so his parents bought him a piano. He said he had a great childhood, great parents, grew up in a Christian household, raised with good values, good morals, and the importance of service to others. When he was 9 years old, he started taking piano lessons with his pastor's daughter. His family really wanted him to play hymns and devotions. They moved to a 3.5-acre farm. They wanted to raise farm animals and have the kids work on the farm to be close to nature, and also so the kids would understand the value of hard work. In 2005, the family adopted 5 children from Russia. The family saw photos of these kids and their hearts just went out to them. He said that in the photo, their hair had been shaved due to lice. There were 3 girls and 2 boys. And after a lot of prayer and discussion, the family decided to adopt them because Zach said if they didn't, who would? The oldest child that was adopted was 10, and her name was Grace. The youngest was 18 months. When Zach was 15 or 16, they moved to Travelers Rest, South Carolina. It's maybe a 15, 20-minute drive to downtown Greenville, just on the outskirts. Great little town. Love going up there for good food and some good shopping. When Zach was 14 or 15, he was practicing piano about 6 to 8 hours a day, and he knew he wanted to pursue music as his career. When Zach was practicing, it was typically late night into the early morning hours, so his dad built a soundproof garage so that he wouldn't disturb the neighbors. When he was in high school, he participated in a lot of regional music festivals and won several of those. He was in an international competition and won that. So he was invited to perform with the South Carolina Philharmonic Orchestra. For college, he applied to 5 different conservatories in the U.S. and was accepted to 3, but ultimately decided to go to Juilliard in Manhattan. There was a 7.2% acceptance rate, and he was one of them. He had a scholarship as well as financial aid. He participated in an international music festival in Kyoto, Japan. It consists of music students from all over the world. This music festival has a relationship with Juilliard, and Zach was selected to represent the United States at this event. There were only 15 or 20 students worldwide who were selected, and he was the only one from the United States. He graduated Juilliard in May of 2015 with a bachelor's of music and piano performance. After graduation, he did some freelancing, solo concerts, worked at some restaurants, and he also taught piano. In 2017, the Knoxville Symphony offered him a spot as a principal keyboardist. He would play piano, keyboard, and his employment ended there in 2018. From there, he decided to enlist in the Marine Corps. He talked to his recruiter where they just asked questions to help determine your placement. Since he had a bachelor's degree, he was eligible for officer candidate school, and he took that opportunity. It's a rigorous selection process, and he was working with the recruiter to train to just get ready. Marine personnel tried to push him to go into the Marine Corps band, and he did not want to do that. He said that wasn't why he joined. He actually wanted to do infantry. The physical fitness test was a max of 300 points, and he scored 294. But he didn't complete officer candidate school. He was dropped in the 3rd week due to level 3 stress fractures in both legs. He was in the top 3% of his class out of 400. His superior wanted him to come home, heal up, and come back. He came back home to Traveler's Rest while he was healing, and this was in late January of 2019. He was given the opportunity to play this inaugural concert with a new, very expensive piano that was gifted to a local Unitarian church, and the Wynn family was involved in this. He was 6 months out of practice and thought maybe he wouldn't, but ultimately decided that he would play. And he played that piano in June of 2019. He was paid for that performance, and the concert was very well received. He developed a friendship with the Wynn family, and he explained Beethoven was his favorite composer. And in 2020, it was Beethoven's 200th birthday. Zach had a dream that he had put off for a long time of playing all 32 sonatas, and he shared that dream with the Wynns. They were really excited about the idea, and he knew that the sonatas would take up a lot of time and knew that he had the support from the Wynns and the church, so he decided to focus on this instead of returning back into the Marine Corps when he healed up. He explained the 32 sonatas are over 600 pages of music, and from beginning to end, it would take between 11 to 12 hours to perform all of them, and not many have been able to do this. He was also going to do this from memory. January 2020 was when those sonata performances were going to start at the church. He ended up living with the Wynns because they had a piano that he could practice on. The first show was in January of 2020, and it was a donation-based concert. Zach wanted to split the profits with the church 50-50. It was very well received, and the first concert, he played 3 sonatas. The next concert was February of 2020, and he performed 2. The third performance was in March, and he did 3. But the fourth concert in April didn't happen due to COVID. Up until April, he had done a fifth to a quarter of those sonatas. In the meantime, he was also working as a server in downtown Greenville and took work on laying brick and painting houses with his dad. Due to COVID, he decided that he would perform outside. So he saved money and bought the best electronic keyboard on the market since it was portable, but also he needed something that would do justice to the materials he wanted to play. And he played on the streets of downtown Greenville several times a week, beginning in the summer of 2020. He was frequently in front of a restaurant called Spill the Beans at Falls Park. My connection to this case is that I actually met Zach while he was outside playing in downtown, spoke to him a bit. He was very articulate, well-mannered, and super talented. In August of 2020, he was performing and John Mello introduced himself and his daughter, who was 8 at the time. Mello asked if he took requests, and his daughter's favorite song was Claire de Lune. Zach said he was super impressed. She was very caught up in the music when he was playing, and it made a big impression on him. John Mello gave him a business card, and Zach contacted him by email. He followed up because he got the impression from what he said, and his card indicated that he was in the rock and roll music world. He said Mello was charismatic, and he thought it would be fun to meet for coffee. They met up 6 or 7 times, and it was always with his daughter, with the exception of one time. He said they would get coffee. He would see them downtown. They would get pizza. They would go to art galleries, and he was really impressed with the child. She was very special, mature, held her own with adults. She was cultured, well-traveled, and she told Zach about trips her and her dad had taken. He thought she was a very loved child and that Mello did a really good job raising her, and she was a happy, healthy kid. On October 2nd of 2020, which is Zach's birthday, the child had visitation with her mom, Christina, and he met up with John. He said that on the night of his birthday, he and John went to bars, got dinner, and ended the night getting tacos at a place not far from my house where there's a lot of taco trucks, best you'll find anywhere. He said at the beginning of the night, John was very festive, but by the end of the night, his mood had changed drastically. He was distraught, little concerned, and told Zach he was worried about his daughter when she was with her mother, and essentially said whenever Christina had visitation, he couldn't rest easy until his daughter was back. He didn't trust Christina, didn't think she was responsible, and was worried that she may hurt the child. The child and the mom were actually on a road trip to see family down south, and the child was due back in the next couple of days. When she returned, John and the child were going to Italy. Zach thought it was great. He knew John's parents were Italian, and he thought it would be good for the child to have the experience of going over there. And he said he was excited for the both of them. In October of 2020, Zach was performing downtown and talking with someone who curated a museum of historic instruments. They talked about revamping the Beethoven project Zach started working on at the beginning of the year, that they would record them and then eliminate the issue of gatherings with COVID. By the way, these are still on Zach's YouTube page. He said, as a classical musician, you play a piece in the past, but you have to retrain. So he would relearn the music, and with the recording schedule, he would commit to once a week that he would record a sonata and then go through 2021 until they were all done. The first recording was set for January of 2021. He said some of those are short, 12 minutes, some are longer, like 45 minutes. So between October of 2020 and April of 2021, he wasn't talking to John as much and said he was somewhat relieved not to bump into John downtown because John would always want to hang out and Zach really didn't always have the time. But in April of 2021, he started talking to John more. John let Zach know Christina had been doing things in family court to try to get the daughter back. John was worried she may succeed. So he sent a message to Zach saying that they took her. What am I going to do? And John began to explain in more detail his concerns about Christina having their daughter. Zach found himself relieved to have this distance from John, but was becoming increasingly concerned about the child himself. Zach said he had a sense of responsibility to help John in the custody battle for the sake of the child. So he and John communicated daily. Zach said he was just trying to help him. He needed an attorney here in Greenville for family court, so Zach called attorneys to help John and the child out. He also cleaned John's house, which had been rented out and had been trashed. Zach was the one that hired the witness that testified last week because John needed to be able to show the family court he had a safe place for the child to live. John told Zach in detail about his concerns with Christina. And to understand, Zach tells the jury about his oldest adopted sibling, Grace. There was an objection, and the state says he's going to say that his siblings were abused in Russia, and that's a backdoor way to bring in the child abuse materials. The judge wouldn't allow that line of questioning due to his prior ruling, and the judge told Zach that he can't talk about the abuse of his siblings. The jury was sent out for that. They came back, and Zach said, I don't say this lightly, but Grace was the most vile human being I've ever met. She was 10 when she came into our life. He said the Russian government told the family nothing about these kids. Zach said she is an affectionless psychopath, amoral, no sense of right or wrong. Her emotional compass was non-existent. She was dead inside, a master manipulator. She would lie at the drop of a hat for personal gain or just for fun. And she would tell horrible stories just to get a rise out of people. What he learned about those personalities stuck with him. He said he had never heard another person described like this. He said she was like a vampire who would suck the goodness out of people around her. She would fake emotions to elicit a sympathetic response. And if she was accused of something, she would cry and beg you to believe her. And if you had proof of what she had done, she would change and give you this look. But she would always reel them back in because they wanted to believe that she would change and that there's redemption for her. But she knew that and would use that to regain trust, only to betray it again, and it would be worse than the first time. He said this happened dozens of times, and it created a lot of strife in their home, and it drove a wedge between the parents. He said she was incredibly intelligent, but also evil. And if you trust people like that, you're going to get hurt. It took years, but he forgave her, but said he would never trust her. He said most people have not met someone like her. He said we see them in documentaries on Netflix, but they don't exist in our world. But it could be your neighbor or someone you have to look after your kids. He told the jury, knowing this is crucial for you to know how it affected what John was telling me about Christina, her personality and her character. And John would tell Zach, I know you're not going to believe me and you're going to think I'm exaggerating. And he said, John is a big storyteller, but point by point, everything he explained about Christina to Zach was the same as his sister. Master manipulator, can lie very easily, charming, intelligent, and talented. But her biggest fault is that she was lazy and had this arrogance that was born out of the fact she knew she never had to work too hard in life and could sacrifice trust by telling lies that could easily be found out, but knew she could easily reel someone back in. Zach said, I lived this behavior and I knew what he meant. John did not know about Zach's sister, and people usually don't get what you're talking about when you're talking about somebody like this. But he knew John Mello couldn't just invent this. It was too familiar to him. And he said, I was right to believe him. Grace and Christina, by correlation, she had an addiction to stealing or sucker punching siblings, and she would recruit her younger siblings to do things for her. Grace would steal things from the parents' room, and she was a corrupting influence on anyone around her. Zach knew there was an incredible danger that the child could become her mom if she was left in her custody. Now, here we go. The first time, the facts have shown I was right. The judge tells the jury to disregard that statement. Ultimately, Grace was removed from their family. She had been sent to different homes around the country, and she was the first to get expelled from some of these schools. They realized she would be a physical danger to the family, and Zach told that he found a diary where she fantasized about gouging out his parents' eyes and killing them. He said that Grace had psychotic delusions of violence and grandeur, and so the family called DSS to have them remove Grace from their home. The defense asked Zach, John told you things about Christina. Did he give you other information about Christina which formed your opinion of her? And Zach said things like 3 very pertinent collections of information. The first, the photos I sent in the mailings. There were 2 ads from escort websites connected to those photos. He said John told me they were prostitution ads from her previous career as a prostitute. Zach knew the photos were proof, and he said, I don't say it to shame. They weren't cute, intimate photos you would send someone you were dating. They were crude. The look in her eyes was vacant and had a look of, I can get you to do what I want you to do. He said it reminded him of his sister. And also, he mentions a deposition that Christina gave in 2016. There was an objection and the jury was sent out. They bring the jury back in, and he said after he read the deposition from family court of Christina's, he believed the things she admitted to and that she had a history of manipulating men for money and admitted to being in pornographic movies, used sugar daddy for me to get with older, wealthy men. She said she was disinterested in having kids, which is why she gave John custody of their daughter. They talk about Alex Fields, the firefighter that she propositioned for sex and drugs. And when John posted that ad on Craigslist asking for any information about Caroline Warren, aka Christina Parcell, and posted those photos, Alex responded, and they have Zach read from that deposition. And this was from Alex Fields. He said, I was at Hall's Chop House in downtown when a woman approached and said hello and asked if I was looking for a date. She said we wouldn't be rushed at all. And I said no when she offered me narcotics. He said there's no doubt that this was the woman he saw John Mello post on Craigslist. Zach said you heard the testimony from Dan Bevel, and he testified he had met Christina in an official capacity before he investigated the letters that he and John sent out. The defense asked Zach, so John shared information with you about interactions he had with Christina before. There is an objection and the jury is sent out. And the judge asks, what's the relevance? And the defense says what his state of mind was and what he knew about the dynamic that was going on. So the jury comes back in and they kind of move on. You said John provided information related to his concerns about Christina in conjunction with the child. So they moved to May of 2021. Zach and John were still communicating about this whole situation. Given the grave concerns John had since the child was in Christina's custody, and he was worried Bradley Post was a pedophile. So John asked him to mail off the nude photos. So there's an objection, but get this, and this is part of the reason John Mello was arrested today. John Mello asked Zach if he would kill Christina for $5,000. Zach said no. There was a second offer in which John Mello asked Zach if he was convinced the child was in danger, would you kill her for $10,000? Zach said no amount of money would make him do this. The only way he would consider taking action is if he was absolutely convinced the child was in danger, and the only way to get the child out of danger would be to take Christina's life. Zach was working on these sonatas and needed a break. He was playing on the Wynn's front lawn for donations, and he and John were talking daily at this point, mostly about the child. And they also talked about what Zach was up to with the sonatas. John told him it's a music term. You have a monkey on your back and you need to take a break and come to Italy. So Zach took him up on it. He joined Mello in Italy in a town not far from Venice. He went the last days of May or the first days of June 2021. Zach paid for his own travel and he stayed at John's apartment. He said he stayed in Italy 3 to 4 weeks. Zach said he saw the child on FaceTime 2 times a week in a court-ordered FaceTime. Zach heard the conversations and could see her face, and once he did say hi to her. Mello told Zach that Christina is killing my little girl. There's no spark in her eyes. And Zach said when he saw the child, she wasn't the same kid he knew when he was in Greenville. She had put on 20 pounds in a very short amount of time. And at 8 years old, it was a big difference. He noticed a change in her demeanor, her spirit. She seemed depressed and the spunk was gone. John would ask how she was and she would try to smile and say she's okay. But it was clear she didn't want John to worry about her. He said it reminded him of himself with the situation with his adopted sister, Grace. You internalize things, and the child was trying to be stronger than she should be at that age because she was being tortured and she was drowning. And he said when John Mello said the spark was gone out of her eyes, he was correct. He left Italy in June of 21 and came back to Greenville. And based on everything he was aware of, he sent those mailers out. He said Christina put that stuff out publicly. He wanted parents to know that their kids were not safe around her or Bradley Post, and wanted different people like the Guardian ad litem and the police to have access to this information to show Christina was a danger to her child and other kids. He said he also sent these out for social pressure. Christina had a facade, and he was hoping it wouldn't be worth it for people to see her for what she was in exchange to fight to have her daughter. The mailers did not alleviate Zach's concern. Christina and Bradley Post dug their heels in deeper. He learned of a video call John had with the child who was in Greenville at that time. And at the end of the call, Christina turned the phone to her face, and she was more angry than John said he had ever seen her. She slid her finger across her throat in a perceived threat to Mello about the mailers. John sent Zach an email he got from someone in a biker community and said Bradley Post tried to be in that community. And this acquaintance of John's said that Bradley Post had been asking others to put the hurt on Mello, and it would be for a lot of money. There was an objection. It was sustained. They move on to an affidavit that Zach wrote and had notarized and left with Mello's family court attorney at the time. That was on September 21st of 2021. He said at that point he was extremely concerned about the danger the child was in and wanted to tell the family court his opinion and his observations so they would consider sending the child back to John Mello. He said that didn't alleviate his concerns either. The end of September to the beginning of October of 2021, just shortly before the murder, Zach called CPS and said he saw the child being verbally and physically abused by her mother. He admitted he made it all up because he wanted to give the child a way to talk to DSS and tell them that her mother was sexually abusing her. There's an objection that's sustained. This is really the first time he just got it out. I will say the jury looked stunned. They sort of looked at each other, looked out at all of us sitting there, kind of moved uncomfortably in their seats, but they were shocked to hear that come out. They move on. Zach said nothing was done. He had DSS interaction with his sister Grace, and he said DSS tried to have his parents arrested. He said when he got back from Italy, he was convinced Christina was sexually abusing her daughter. At this point, the prosecutor literally yells. One of the jurors was startled by that and kind of jumped, and they send the jury out. The prosecutor said that Zach is intentionally trying to taint the jury, says we're not going to ask for a mistrial, and the judge tells Zach, you cannot say anything about sexual abuse in your testimony. The state says based on the defendant's violations of your rulings, they want the judge to instruct the jury to disregard. The jury comes back in and the judge tells them that he determines what evidence can come in and what can't. They can't consider any testimony he's told them to disregard, such as the last comment by Zach. They move on to October of 2020 and say, you talked about 2 offers from John to kill Christina. And after the second offer, you told John you would never do that for money, but only if you believed it was necessary to rescue the child. And Zach says, if there was no other way. Did you conclude you had to rescue her and there was no other way? And Zach says, yes. In the beginning of October, he had finished that music project. Zach said his birthday was October 2nd, and he was having a private concert at the Wynn home shortly after a friend reached out who had performed on a cruise ship and also recruits pianists to perform on these international cruise ships. So Zach interviewed and got the job on October 12th, and then he said maybe a little earlier. At the time, the Wynn family was in Europe. And the defense goes right into it. Did you take Christina's life? Yes. I believed it was absolutely necessary to save the child, and I was right. The judge tells the jury to disregard that comment. He said he had struggled with this since June and thought the child was in danger. What he did didn't work with writing to DSS, so he wrestled with knowing what he had to do. And by the time October 13th rolled around, he felt guilty he had waited as long as he did and that he should have acted sooner, but he didn't. So he got the offer to work on the cruise ship, but he said, I have an opportunity to save her from a danger I knew she was in, and it would not cease. He said, I couldn't leave her to drown. I've had a great life. I was going to the South Pacific to play music for rich people. But how could I leave her to that fate? That day, I believed there would be a period of time when Christina was all alone. And when I did it, I didn't want anybody there. He said this was not about revenge or retribution. All I felt was pity, and I wanted to make sure nobody else would be involved in this. He said he planned very carefully. If he tried to do this and failed, it would be worse for the child. I believe if I was discovered doing this, it would connect me to John, and he's a great father, and I still believe he's a good father and the best chance she has in life. He explains that he had a CWP and would always carry a 9mm for personal protection. But at first, he was going to shoot Christina. So he bought a .22 caliber revolver at a gun show here in Greenville about a month or a month and a half before the murder. He also bought a knife at that gun show. He said he got gloves and he got paint thinner just in case a glove broke or he left a fingerprint. He wanted to be able to clean that up. He looked at a route that he could take from the mountain house on the back roads to avoid traffic cameras. He looked at Google Maps and planned his route. He originally planned to do this on October 12th, the day before he actually murdered her. But he woke up that day and felt a reluctance, and something in his gut told him it wasn't the right day, so he waited until the next day. He said he found out where everybody would be on October 13th in the house from John. He knew when the child would be at school, and he knew Christina had a job interview that morning. So on October 12th, he stayed at the mountain house, and then on the 13th, he said he left a little later than he wanted to, around 8:15 a.m. in his truck with his bike in the bed of that truck. They have the bike in the courtroom and show it to the jury. He said he put gloves in a backpack, paint thinner, the .22, a knife, and a box that was made to look like a gift. It was a wrapped box. And a bunch of roses he bought the day before. He drove to a road that ran parallel to Canebrake. And on the ride, he said he knew the only way to save the kid was to kill Christina. But he said there is the human element that's so reluctant to take a human life. He said he prayed a lot about this and he knew logically it was right, but he was also reeling against it. Plus, she was a woman and he was raised to protect his sisters. That morning, he felt this was the right thing to do after he prayed. He didn't feel anger. He felt pity because this was the only way to save the child. He said he knew he had a duty to do this to save the kid. He said driving there, he was experiencing a very high level of anxiety and a physical illness he had never felt. He had sweaty hands, an urge to vomit. He was shaking a lot. But he was thinking, if I don't do this, I'm consigning the child to her fate when I know I could have done something to stop what was happening. When he parked his truck, he said the feelings got worse. He knew the plan, but he had so much difficulty actually going through with it. He took his bike out, he had a mask on, and he said, I was wearing the clothing that's been described already. I felt like all I could do was put one foot in front of the other, and he said he kept seeing her face, meaning the child, and if I don't do this, nobody will come to save her. He eventually arrived at the house and planned to use the gun, but decided not to because of the noise. He didn't want to alert a neighbor or a bystander who may come to investigate. He said he had made a homemade suppressor, and he said in the movies it's made to look easy. He also bought subsonic ammunition because it's supposed to be quieter. But he says a silencer doesn't work on a 22, and it wasn't silent. He said he would have rather used the gun because it would have been quicker and more humane. So he arrives back at the house about a little after 9 a.m. and he's on his bike. He said he had on black pants, black thermals, a gray shirt over that, a black beanie, a mask, and black gloves and a black backpack. Christina's car was in the driveway, and once there, he laid his bike in the driveway, took out the gift wrap box out of the backpack, and put the 22 in the box. He took roses and rang the doorbell. He said he was shaking and freaking out at this point. When he rang the doorbell, Christina opened the door. He said he had a delivery for her sister, and this was his way to make sure she wasn't there. Christina said her sister wasn't home, so at that point he knew it's just her. He handed her the roses, took the revolver out of the box and pointed it at her and said to be quiet and go inside. So he follows her in and shuts the door. He said at this point he didn't feel very in control of his body. He realized the gun was unloaded, so he planned to knock her unconscious. He said he tried to while he was holding the roses to hit her on the head. He said even though he knew who she was and what she was doing to the child and the danger the child was in, he saw a woman and he had been taught to protect women and children. He said his hand didn't really work when he was trying to hit her. It kind of just came back on its own, and he said he barely hit her. He kept trying, the same thing would happen. And he said he couldn't bring himself to hit her. And she realized he was hesitating, so she tried to move herself away and fight back. During that time, the roses had dropped and the petals and the stems scattered. He realized if he didn't act soon, this was going to end up terrible for the kid because what was happening to her would not be uncovered. He said he realized he would have to force himself to do this at any cost. So he pulled out the knife that he was wearing and started striking her. But again, he said his hands were pulling back. The knife would make contact, but it wasn't inflicting anything that would have been fatal. And she was fighting him. She realized again he was hesitating and it became a struggle. He said he kept striking her with the knife and they fell to the floor. And he said he just took his mind out of it and wanted to finish it as quickly as possible because it was becoming prolonged. He doesn't remember how many times he stabbed her and she stopped struggling. He stood up. He said he was freaking out and in a daze. He was trying to figure out how to leave the house and not leave anything behind because he was afraid John would be connected to it, which would put the child in danger. He started to pick up the rose petals, but realized he didn't have time to do that. And at this point, he was just paranoid a neighbor may just come over. He moved her body away from the window so nobody would look in and see her, put the things back in his backpack, and he looked in a mirror and saw she had scratched his face in the struggle, and he knew it was very possible he could have left DNA. So he used the paint thinner to try and clean her hands. He changed his mask, took off his outer shirt because there was blood on it, put on his backpack, and he was worried her sister or Bradley Post may come over, so he tried to leave as quickly as possible. He realized he probably left DNA in the house, and he prayed again and said, I'll own up to it if I'm caught because it's the right thing. He got on his mountain bike and pedaled back to the truck and drove back to the mountain home. This is where it all hit the fan. He said he felt relief because he knew the child would be safe from the sexual abuse her mom is perpetrating on her, and the state is hiding it from you. Tell you what, the prosecutor actually started objecting before he finished the sentence, so it was kind of a shouting match to see who could be louder, and the jury is sent out. The state said he is a disgrace to the court's rules. This was intentional. He's been warned 3 times and he has no intent to follow the rules in this courtroom, and he's waiving his rights. The state said the defense needs to control their client, and the judge says there's no indication the defense knew what he was going to say. The state says at this point they know Zach has no intention of following the judge's rules. The defense points out he has a right to testify. We've made clear the instructions. He has a right. I'm doing my best. The judge says his right to testify can be limited without violating his constitutional rights. We take a long break. It was about an hour. So when we get back, the judge told Zach outside the presence of the jury that he found him guilty of contempt and sentenced him to 6 months in jail. Zach told the judge he understood. Around the second time that Zach blurted something out about the sexual abuse, the judge told Zach that he needed to abide by the ruling that you can't mention this. And Zach said, I will try, but I put my hand on the Bible to tell the truth. And the judge is like, don't mention it. So once the jury was brought back in after that extended break, which over that break, by the way, is when we found out John Mello had been arrested shortly after Zach testified about the money proposition and also telling him what would be the best time essentially to go kill Christina. So the last bit, after he left Canebrake, he rode his bike back to his truck and then went back to the mountain house. He disposed of the gun and the knife in a nearby lake and burned his clothes in a fire pit. At the beginning of November 2021, he got a plane ticket from Detroit to fly overseas for that job on the cruise ship. While he was at the airport in Detroit, he got a call that there were warrants for his arrest. So he rented a car, drove back to Greenville, and turned himself in. That was it for today's testimony. Like I said, y'all, probably the most chaotic and crazy day I've ever witnessed in court. 3 times he was warned, and then you had that big one because while the solicitor was objecting and trying to sort of drown Zach out, Zach got it out, and the jury was looking back and forth, but really they definitely heard everything Zach said. The prosecution has said they definitely are not going to ask for a mistrial, and so he was found in contempt. But here's the thing. The judge instructs the jury. I decide what evidence comes in. You disregard that statement, but you can't put toothpaste back in a tube. And for a week now, this jury really has looked confused on things, especially every time they're sent out of the room when Bradley Post's phone is mentioned. I think they have a clear picture of what at least was going on with the child. Just a very crazy, crazy day in court. I'm going tonight to John Mello's bond hearing at the detention center at 9:30. So I'll try to update you guys tomorrow on that. That is it for today. We will be back in court at 9:30. The judge instructed the jury to be there at 10:30. We're going to have a few hours of some winter weather in the morning. And depending on how much we get, there's a small chance, I would think, we may not even have court tomorrow because we're going to be below freezing and we're not equipped for that. So I'll keep you posted on social media. I'll definitely do a YouTube short to keep you caught up. But that's it for today. Hope you guys have a good rest of your evening, and we will see you soon.
Okay, right, let's look at the director's verdict then. Stop that. Hang on, bear with me. This is not. Oh, it's not on. Hey, Dennis. What's the judge doing there? Hang on, let me get this up. I don't think we get to see anything. No, it doesn't say anything. Okay, so we're still live. Let's have a look to see on Twitter. Closing start at 2 p.m. Central. Oh, Katie, you're a legend. Thank you, my darling. I was just going on Twitter to look now. Okay. So 2 o'clock Central. 8 o'clock my time. It's half past 5 now. Oh, fuck my life. But would that be 2:30 though, our time? Look at screen. Oh, fuck, I didn't see that. So, thank you. Oh, Katie, you say, oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Right, let's look at some stuff then, shall we? Because we've got some time now. I know the cheaters are probably gone, but we'll still be here. I fell asleep there as well watching that. Right. There's a few things happening in the world. Let's do some updates, shall we? About what's going on in the world. I don't know what I'd do without you, Katie. I mean, the main cheater, Erin Hack's supposed to be here. You know, to tell me what to do, but she's not here. She's sleeping or cheating. Sleeping or cheating. Dee, 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 dee. Oh, right. I'll update on a little few things and then I need dinner. Hang on then. You and me were meant to be. There'll be a few arrests around the place, so Spacey Stacey's in here. There we go. Spacey Stacey, I think you and me on the same wavelength on this trial, I think. I think we're on the same wavelength on this one. You and me were meant to be walking free in harmony. One fine day we fly away. Don't you know that Rome wasn't built in a day? Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Right, hang on. Oh shit, Siri, shut the F up, Siri. We don't want you, Siri. Right, hang on. There is a... Okay. Let me check one thing here now. You've all seen the Brian Koberger rulings, probably. Right. There we go. All of that. Core TV. Julie Grant, I can't stand that woman. Otherwise, I'd play some stuff from her, but I hate this that much. Okay, let's see. Have a look at this then. 24th. Okay. So this could be our next trial, people. Let me find it. Let me find it. I don't know nothing about this trial. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at it then. I was just looking at the name I was, so let me have a look. I know zero about this trial. So let's have a look. Oh no. No, I'm not pulling him up, Tim. Here we go. This is, yeah, I thought it was this trial as well. Oh no. Or was this the one that we said about? Okay, let me play this. It's a quick 2-minute thing. Just to give you a snippet of what it's about. So this might be the trial on Monday. Here you go. Okay, this trial's supposed to start on Monday. Hang on. Oh no. That trial hasn't been yet. Hello, Sue. Hasn't been yet. Oh, I gotta show us another trial. Right, hang on. Hang on, everyone. Oh, I gotta show this trial. Hang on, everybody. Hang on, everybody. We can zoom this as well. Ah. I might show. Ah. Okay. Okay. Let's watch. I'm not gonna. Ah, fuck. What do I do? What do I do, people? What do I do, people? Because 2 o'clock is 8 o'clock my time. 8:30 then if it half-hour delay, which is 3 hours away before that other one starts. No, let's do it. Let's do this tomorrow. Let's watch a trial tomorrow. It'll be a Zoom trial. If I tell you what it is, you've got to look for it, though. That's the only problem. Let me look it up. Oh, because if I tell you, I know what your mofos are like. No, so the one I just showed you starts next week, Katie. Next week. I will be definitely showing that one. If it's live, I'll definitely be showing that one. So yeah, Katie, that one will be done next week. Ah, people. Oh, people. Right, this is what I'm going to show us tomorrow. Because I don't want to show it now. Have to start it, stop it, go to close an argument. Oh, right. What do I do, people? What do I do? Right, let me show you what it is. Let me show you what it is. No worries, yeah, it's all good. That's all good, Leslie. Right, so this is a trial I'm thinking of showing. Take us with you, Denise. Take us with you to the shower. We need a good cleaning. I am relaxed. It's not that. It's just I need to figure out how to fit it all in. That's all, because it's a pain in the ass. It's because of the algorithm more than anything. That's oh shit! I need to close the stream down. Present. Right, so this is the trial, okay? And then this is I think I'm going to watch this, but I think this is going to be a short trial. So this is a man accused of decapitating newly adopted dog, dumping body, heads to trial in whatever county. The trial for a man accused of brutally killing the newly adopted rescue dog got underway Tuesday afternoon. The man is accused of decapitating the dog named Dexter and dumping his body in mangroves of wherever that is. After jurors were selected for the trial, both sides delivering opening statements. Domenico Rodriguez is charged with aggravated cruelty to animals and unlawful disposal of bodies of dead animals. Oh no. Opening statements in the trial began late Tuesday afternoon. The backstory: the county sheriff's office and Rodriguez adopted a 4-year-old bulldog mix, Dexter, from Animal Services in May 2024. 4 days later, deputies found the dog decapitated in a plastic bag, floating in the mangroves of East Beach. Oh, what? He admitted he adopted Dexter and that he was at Fort DeSoto on the day. He said he was at the park for 20-25 minutes before he left. Rodriguez allegedly told jurors that Dexter must have run away overnight the day he adopted him. However, investigators said security cameras from the park showed Rodriguez drive his truck with a cooler in the truck bed shortly before Dexter's remains were found. Rodriguez pleaded not guilty to the charge last year. His attorney argued that there were no facts or evidence that Rodriguez killed Dexter. At previous court hearings, groups of animal advocates demonstrated beside the court that was calling for justice for Dexter. Oh man. So I look at things like this, like their children. Do you know what I mean? Poor Dexter. I know, Robbie G. I know, not too streaming too much. I view it. Well, if people are saying it's just going to be too much, there's no point me streaming it. Like I'll watch it on my off time. You know, I am definitely going to watch it. But if people think grossed out with it and don't want to watch it, that's fine. But obviously, I'm trying to be an advocate for children and obviously animals because you all love animals. Like dog biting people. I know that's the trouble, isn't it? But look at Dexter. What a cutie. What a cutie pie Dexter is. Josie was what I want to watch it. I'm going to watch it anyway. I am definitely watching it because, like, as I say, I'm a channel. I try and be a channel to advocate stuff like this. I know it's not a human being. So people go, dogs aren't humans. Dogs are, dogs are for me just like humans. So we should be, we should be celebrating, not celebrating, putting their legacy out there. We should be fighting for Dexter. No, you can all swear as much as you want, and you can all say whatever the fuck you want. I hate child abusers. I hate like animal abusers and stuff like that. I hate it. So we will watch it. Now, the plan is, I know, Tracy, I know. Disgusting, isn't it? So I'm going to play it, people. So what I'm thinking, we will all be potty mouths. I know. We'll all be Heather today. So what I'm thinking is, right, I'm going to play at 1.25 as well. No, this is what I'm confused about, Robert G. Whether do I play it now? I got 2.5 hours to kill. Florida, Tim, Florida. I got 2.5 hours to kill. Do you know what I mean? But what? So what? Right, I've got to give options. I've got to give options. There you go, Kelly. I agree with you. So I've got to. So wherever I do, we could do another stream. If I do play it now, I need to segregate it from this stream, so I have to set up another stream. So it says, well, what do I read out there? It's the Pinellas County, wherever that is. You'd know more than me, Tim. So right, I need to right. So that means that if we do this today, started today, it means we can't show closings. Because I can't play closing, so I'd have to play closings tomorrow. And I know you cheaters will be going to watch that. So that's why I'm wondering, is it better to, oh, fuck's sake. I think Zoom tomorrow as well. I know you won't cheat. I'm looking at Stacey, Robin, sorry, Lazy, Erin, Katie. I would definitely cheat, I know. With Shearers. Oh, sorry, I misspoke with Robin. Right, okay, let me set it up. Let's do that. If people want to go watch the closing arguments, then sure. I mean, I can't do anything with that. So I'll do that by 5 minutes back. I'll do that. Shut up, Stacey. I know you. St. Peter's Beach. St. Pete Beach. Fine. Let's do that. So right, let me get a thumbnail ready. Let me get a thumbnail. I've got to do a thumbnail now, so bear with me. You're gonna have to. Yeah, Papa Davis is popping in. Papa Davis popped in. I said to him, I'll be with you in 5-10 minutes. There you go. What's this called again now? What's his name? Oh, Dexter, isn't it? Justice for Dexter. Someone fill in Hack. Is Hack saying what's going on? What's she saying? Someone fill in Erin Hack. Hang on. Otherwise I'll fill her in. Justice for Dexter. Right, hang on. Hang on then, justice for Dexter. Now, what's the name of the piece of shit? What's his name? I need to get him. Copy that, then put that in there. You see, I can't see chat at the minute, so I can't see how much raging Aaron Hack's doing right now. So right, put that up here. Right, and I'll do that. I go Crystal. Watch it now. Watch it now, Katie. And then watching the closing arguments tomorrow morning, and then this, if it goes that way. Right, let me go back then. On the other side, once I get there. Why'd you say? I can't even find the guy's fucking name right now. So here we go, I got it. So it's Florida. Where's it gone? Download. Then let me just do this. StreamYard. Live stream the view. D. Okay, I got that bit. Right, let me just go back here then. Sorry, people, I'm a bit slow. I am. You know, when you try to do two things at once, I can only do one thing at once. That goes there then. So that goes Florida. What's it? That's in there. Then thumbnail. Upload thumbnail. Then I'll just set it up, but then I'll so ignore the times and stuff like that. I will then go here. and then I'll go there, then I'll go here, then I'll press there, then I'll redirect this, then I'll go there, then I'll go save, then I'll go back, then I'll go here, then I'll edit it, day 1, okay, save that change, refresh this page. You see now the magic happens. I can't see chat, so I don't know what's going on. There, let me edit that. Customization, subscribers only, save. Here, that one, save. Right. Okay. Right. So let me close this down then. We'll go to the other side. So I will start the other stream, close this down, and we'll have a chat on the other one. So see you over there.